Good morning, everyone. Thank you. It's the first time. Welcome to Meeting 5 of the Special Committee on Governance. For those in the room with us, the screen at the back of the room provides real-time updates concerning where we are in the agenda and what's coming next. You can follow the agenda and debate on your computer, tablet, or smartphone at www.toronto.ca/council. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? Seeing none, may I have a motion to confirm the minutes of the September 25th, 2019 meeting? Councillor Carroll, all those in favor? Any opposed? And that is carried. Now run down through our lengthy agenda, which is 2 items. GV 5.1. Special Committee on Governance Summary of Findings. That item will be held as we have a number of speakers registered. GV 5.2 will also be held. That is flexibility of a transcription service for City Council and committee meetings. It will be held as we have 1 speaker. We'll now proceed to GV 5.1. I take note that there is a presentation which has been prepared by the City Clerk. I'll just ask members if they're interested in receiving a presentation. Otherwise, we can accept the material as is. Are there any desires for a presentation? On member motions, to be very clear. Well, the GV 5.1B, A, has a few slides, and I know Mr. Elvidge has indicated to me that he's prepared to present that to us if we wish. Okay, so I would propose that we'll do that before hearing from public speakers. That's okay with the committee. Mr. Elvidge, turn the floor over to you. Sure. As we know that we have a number of speakers listed, I'll just go over the process for that. So we'll hear from this presentation. We will then hear from the speakers that we have registered. Speakers that have come here before would know, but for anyone that is seeing us for the first time, we will welcome you to the front in order by your name registered here, and you'll have 5 minutes to speak to the committee, after which time the committee members may pose questions to you. Once we're complete that, we will go through the regular process of dealing with the committee items, asking questions of staff, and speaking to it. Councillor Carroll?
Right, the thing that Councillor Perks just held up, the reason I'm in the dark is I don't see it online here. Was this submitted earlier? So how will I find it online? I'm paperless and I can't find it.
Scroll down to item B.
Oh, okay. B.
Sorry,
I thought you were all saying V. Thank you. Okay.
Click on that.
No, I don't have that
on
radio
stream.
voice.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. At the last meeting, the committee asked for some additional information about member motions and the patterns and the trends that we'd seen there. If you recall, I had presented some overall meeting statistics for the term to date. And so this is a focus on the member motion data a little bit more and to get in a little bit more in depth into it and to talk about some of the issues around member motions. Now, I've added a couple of slides that aren't in the presentation that I'll forward to Nancy so she can put these online. but I want to start really just by talking about, today, I think, today is John Bercow's last day as the Speaker of the British House of Commons. So since we're having a moment talking about parliamentary tradition and parliamentary principle, I thought it would be appropriate to go back to the beginning and say, recall that the core principles of parliamentary procedure, include these three sets of rights: the right of the majority to decide things, the right of the minority to be held, and the right that's particularly relevant to member motions, in my view, is the rights of absentees to have notice of businesses to be transacted and to not be taken advantage of in their absence by having surprise business arrive before the Assembly. So I'll start there and say, everything we do is kind of rooted in these parliamentary principles. So a little bit about member motions. There's two, they serve a purpose, and the purpose of them is that they're one of the two ways that members of council can submit new business to the legislative process. Our system allows members to do that, right? Our legislative agendas are made up of primarily staff reports. That is true, but far and away. But communications from members, communications from agencies and other committees, these are the other types of matters that are on our agendas. And members are entitled to place new business before the Assembly. And there's two ways of doing it. Option one is to submit to committee. And we have a fairly simple process there. If a member wishes to put something on a committee that's within the committee's mandate, all they have to do is put something on their letterhead. There's no template, there's no form, but put something on and submit it to the clerk in advance of the agenda closing. What the council procedures say that if the clerk receives something from a member before the agenda closes and it's in keeping with the mandate of the committee, the clerk places it on the agenda. So that's really the simplest transaction. No one can interfere with that. Mr. Chair, as a chair, you don't have the right to interfere with a member putting something on an agenda. That's a basic premise in our system. And the second option then, of course, is what we're talking about today, which is members submitting new business by member motion. I'll talk about that in a second. So far to date, about 226 items have come in from members of council via committee or community council, and we've had 317 member motions, not including the meeting that was just completed this week. So there's three. The other purpose of member motions, just to dwell on that for a second, is they're the only instrument that allows city officials to get truly urgent business before council at the last minute. So our whole system's based on lots of notice, submitting things through committee, but it is true, and it is always going to be true, that there's certain urgent business that must get before the council. Council only meets 9 or 10 times a year. I shouldn't say only. I mean, there are 9 or 10 cycles that fill the calendar. It's not that nothing happens in between. But because the ultimate part of that cycle, council, is only 9 or 10 times a year, it's not reasonable to expect that all the business of the city is going to line up with those 9 or 10 days on our agenda closing. So there's always going to be urgent business. And in our current procedures, although certain officials, city manager, CFO, clerk, accountability officers, are entitled to add urgent business up to the main agenda closing, there is no other vehicle other than a member motion to add new business afterwards. And certainly we've got lots of examples of very urgent things that arose in the 72 hours or so before council meets. About 20% of the member motions this year, we calculate, have really been at the initiative of city officials. That's where they've come to you and said, can you please assist in getting this urgent matter before council? The note, the last point here says, of course, it's in the best interest that we have this kind of rule, because the alternative would be to keep calling special meetings of council to deal with urgent business. And that's, there's a whole lot of time and effort and resources consumed in that. So just review the basics for everybody. There's 3 stages of member motions. When we use the word member motion, it includes, now I know this is going to sound like Roy's consciousness in the clerk's office to say, there's motions without notices and without notice, and notice is a motion. And if you say that very fast, it sounds like you're talking gibberish, but there are two different things here. The notice of motion, where notice is given, hence that term, are the motions that are submitted by members, and they make the main deadline. So they make the main agenda deadline, which is 5 days before the meeting. They're published 3 days before the meeting on the main agenda. And our council procedures say that these motions should be referred to committee. That's the opening statement, the opening premise. But then the subsidiary premise is unless council votes by a vote of 2/3 of members present to waive referral and add it to the agenda of the meeting. The second stage of, now we're into motion without notice, because notice has not been given. This is a second stage that allows motions to be submitted up to noon the day before the meeting. That's our so-called supplementary agenda closing. In this case, the mayor, as chair, must agree that the matter is urgent. There is a definition of urgent in our bylaw. It requires, then, when it gets to the council floor, as you'll be familiar, two-thirds vote of members present to waive notice, and then if notice is waived, 2/3 vote to waive referral, because again, the rules say things should be referred. And then we have stage 3, the motion without notice. These are the motions that are added in the meeting. They're introduced in the meeting. The speaker or whoever's in the chair at the time must agree that they are urgent. That consent is not appealable to the council. That's a decision that, quote unquote, happens outside the meeting, if you will. So it must pass through that gate. If it does, then it requires a full 2/3 of the whole council, 18 members, to add to the agenda. And again, in parliamentary procedure, when you have 2/3 votes, they're often used to protect the absentee. This is where we get back to absentee rights. That's why we require 2/3. And when this was designed in 2006, I think the intent was that this stage of member motion would be used relatively infrequently, or I guess what we thought at the time was that this bar was higher than as you went along the process here, the bars got higher and higher, and perhaps maybe our experience isn't bearing that out, but that was the intent of that rule. So this is a slide that's not in the package, but I added it just so that it's on the record here. Our procedures emphasize new business starting in committee. That's the whole premise of our bylaw. Number one, it's the reason we have standing committees. So you probably never thought about this, but the reason we have standing committees is because the standing committees have standing authority to consider new business without the consent of the assembly. It's council in advance saying matters which relate to the infrastructure and the environment go to that committee. And if you think about the Legislative Assembly or the House of Commons, for example, Westminster Parliaments, it's the reverse. New business enters into the main assembly, and the main assembly decides whether to refer it to committee for study. So we have the reverse system here. It's more efficient, first of all. It helps us make decisions faster, but that's the whole purpose of having a standing committee system. That's why they exist. Starting the process in the committee, as it says here, gives everybody the most opportunity, most notice, the most ability to prepare, the most time to exercise their rights. So that's members of the public, it's members of council, and it's city officials as well who deserve some form of notice that matters are going to be discussed before the assembly or committee. I've already mentioned that the stage 1 and 2 member motions are supposed to be referred to committee unless that vote to waive referral happens. I have some stats on that in a minute. You'll see that happens almost always. And as I mentioned, the stage 3 member motions were intended to be kind of rare, but again, the statistics don't bear that out. And I just remind everyone the council only hears from the public in committees, so when an item skips committee, goes through council only, it does deprive the public of the opportunity to make public presentation. So let's just take a look at, delve a little deeper into some of the numbers here. This is an updated slide from the one I showed last time we met, because it now has an additional meeting cycle there, or an additional meeting. Again, not the one that was completed yesterday. This slide was prepared before yesterday's meeting finished, or this week's meeting finished, I should say. And so what you see here, 317 member motions considered so far this term. There was a blip in July. as clerk, I don't think that surprises us at all. That's just before the 2-month recess, or the not 2-month recess, but month recess that in August and the startup in September. Very, very typical. Almost every year for 20 years, you could see that pattern as both members of council and I think city officials as well realize, eek, there's no meeting in August. I got urgent business I got to get processed before, because I can't wait till September, October. So that's, I think, explains that blip, and you'll see that in the first meeting of the fall cycle here, the numbers return to something similar to where we've been earlier in the term. The colors, for those who are maybe can't read everything here, the blue ones are the ones that make the main agenda, the so-called stage 1 motions. The orange are the ones that are added in that second stage, and the gray that are shown here are the motions that are added in the meeting. We took some time to categorize the motions by subject matter. By the largest category of motions are those which are just we call it a general category of policy, but they're either asking for staff to look at a new policy, investigate, maybe make amendments to some policies. There were about 55 of the 317 of those so far this term have been that category. The second section has to do with allocation of section 37, 42, or 45 funds. Those are fairly perfunctory. They come in, they give council authority for the agreements that have been negotiated since the OPAs or zoning bylaws were approved. As members will know, these provisions have been replaced in Bill 108. These types of matters will eventually taper off and not be submitted, although the planning department tells me there's about 240 applications in the pipe that may or may not result in because the legislation is not retroactive, so those projects will be completed under the prevailing legislation. I'll just dwell on a couple of others. Sending staff to the T-Lab. These are urgent matters usually. Decisions come out of Committee of Adjustment. Council members have an interest in having the city represented at the T-Lab. And, those are ones that kind of conventionally fit the definition of urgent. They can't wait until the next meeting. Anyway, I'm happy to answer any questions about those categories as you if you have them. Now, about a third of the member motions were report requests. In our view, most of them, if not all of them, could have been submitted directly to the committee with the standing responsibility. But, for a variety of reasons, I guess members prefer to move these as part of the council meeting. I do know, ironically, that in some cases you might get faster action by writing to the committee because of the way the deadlines work. So for a good example was this week, anything that you council referred to executive committee will not make the next executive committee because that agenda is already closed, I think. I'm looking at Marilyn to confirm that, but we're very close anyway. That often happens. The General Government Committee, which is usually first up, stuff that comes out of council misses the next meeting. It actually goes to the meeting after because of the timing. So if that matter had just been submitted to the General Government Committee in the first place, there'd already be some activity associated with it. So, but I leave it to members to divine why you or your colleagues prefer to introduce things this way. We applied the test of urgency. There is a definition in the council procedures on what an urgent matter is. Now, I should say that the first stage 1 of the motions don't need to be urgent. There's no requirement that they are. But if we take a look and say, could things have gone to committee instead of to council, this gives you a sense of some of the volumes there. We looked at the ward base of motions. About a third of the motions are citywide, and then there's a scattering, starting with some of the downtown wards. You just get a sense about kind of the distribution there. This is an interesting one. The member motions by committee jurisdiction. If these items had gone to committee instead of going to council, where would they have gone? And about a third of the items would have gone to the executive committee, 94. The interesting thing about this stat is I think the executive committee in the same period has only seen about 90 or 99 items, period. So literally, the executive committee agenda would have been doubled if members submitting matters through council had gone to the executive committee first. And so I guess that's the other thing to think about, when I ask myself, how is this landscape working, this ecosystem working? When matters go through council, they do affect the committee agenda volumes. And again, I'll leave it to you to decide whether that's good or bad. Now, here's some stats. These are the kind of stats to give you a sense about how these things flow through the system. So the stage 1 motions, there were 170 so far this term. Council waived referral on all of them except 4. And then of those, 151 motions were adopted without debate. And council debated 15 of those 170 motions, actually, in those meetings. Then of the stage 2, which is a much smaller number, 28 motions, you waived notice on all but 1, waived referral on all the others, adopted 25 of them without debate, and actually debated 2 motions. And then lastly, the ones introduced in the meeting, stage 3, council agreed, every time it was asked to add something in the meeting, it agreed except for 2 instances. Again, our sort of original thought that this might be a place where council would exit, where the supermajority of 18 members of the full council might impose a higher bar. I would say it hasn't done that. 112 of those 119 motions were adopted without debate. So if you think about that, notice to the public, notice to each other, notice to city officials, in some cases might have been measured in hours or, I dare say minutes. Of those 119, you debated 7 of them. Last slide, just some considerations to leave you with. As I mentioned earlier, council is always going to need a device to add truly urgent business to the council agenda. I remember, I always think about many years ago, we had the O'Connor sewer that was going to blow. I remember there being quite a dramatic discussion about that. Emergency repairs had to be made. Pretty good reason to have a device that lets council deal with an urgent matter. I don't want to harp on it, but obviously when member motions are added to the agenda, it does deprive people of notice and in some cases the opportunity to address council. And then the last bullet point on here, this is the counterbalance, I guess, and something that perhaps you feel as members. If all those motions have been submitted or referred to committee, as the council procedures contemplate, there would have been quite an increase in agenda volumes, meeting times, and public presentations at committees, and that circles us back to the presentation I made last month about all of the meeting statistics for the first 7 or 8 months of the term. Mr. Chairman, that's my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. And what we'll do is I think we should put the questions with general questions. Head to the speakers now.
Okay.
So our first speaker is Alan Kaspersky. All set, Alan?
Absolutely.
Welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So, no critiques today, just a whole bunch of suggestions. First one, change the name of the committee to the Standing Committee on Governance. What's clear over the past year is that there is a wealth of information, ideas, people that want to participate in making the city better, making the governance of the city better. This needs to be an ongoing process. So, first suggestion, go over to Indigo or Amazon and buy this book, if you don't have it already. Dave Meslin's Teardown. If you don't have it, I'll lend it to you. There will be a quid pro quo, though. Implement what's in the book. One of the things he suggests is City Hall School, teaching kids what City Hall's about. One of the very first things that struck me about things he recommends is, why are the doors closed? Why don't we have doors open? Indicative, symbolic of a more open process where you welcome people with ideas. Another suggestion, take the 4 community councils, turn them into 25. Have a chair in each of those 25 ward councils elected. Appoint 25 people to each of those ward councils. One of the things staff, pointed out was it's the borough model from London, England. Some of them are paid, some aren't. They deal with local matters. So you know better than I how much of your workload is local and how much is citywide. Should those two roles be split? I suggest they should be. Take the things that happen in community council and other things that are more local nature, put them in the wards. Let people make decisions at that level. If you choose to be a local councillor, you could choose to run to be the ward council chair in the subsequent election. Have mandatory voting. Have permanent resident voting. Half the people in the city didn't vote in the last election. Half the people. Well, we can't do that because it's the Municipal Elections Act. Yes, you can. Section 12 of the Act allows the clerk to do things that are desirable or necessary. So challenge the province to say no. There are a whole series of things that you should be doing, that you could be doing at the city. There are ideas that you'll hear from later from the other 20-odd people that are here to talk to you that would make this city better. Municipal political parties, proportional representation. But I think a good place to start is with this book. David didn't pay me anything to promote it, which is unfortunate. But I think what you need to do with this committee is make it an ongoing exercise. Call it participatory democracy. Like participatory budgeting. Put $1 million a year into each ward in participatory budgeting. Where do you find the money? In the surplus from operating. There are so many things you could be doing, or asking these people here to do that. Convene a citizens' jury to take this work forward. But I'd urge you to continue the effort. That's all I have to say today. Thanks very much for listening.
Thank you, Alan. Are there any questions of the speaker? Councillor Carroll.
Well, right off the top, you said make this committee a standing committee. But you heard Mr. Eldridge describe why a standing committee has that moniker. They have a certain amount of advance authority from council. Would you be satisfied if this continued to be an advisory committee so that they could do information, but they wouldn't be preceding council on such major decisions on governance, but they would continue to exist to continue to advise council? Would that be a compromise?
I mean, I think that makes sense. I mean, as any committee, can make, advises the whole, the city council to make decisions. If the thought was put decision-making in some of the committees, are there some decision-making that could happen in this committee? Around elections, for example? Sure. As an advisory role? Absolutely. But advice and engagement is fine. But if it doesn't lead to decisions, then I won't call it a waste of time, but it's frustrating as heck.
Right.
So absolutely, continue as an advisory role, provided that council will take the advice that they're given seriously and implement things.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you for speaking to us.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Nahum Man. Good morning and welcome.
Thanks.
Of course. Did you need a hand? Someone there.
Oh, it's H.
I just get you to tilt the mic a little bit. That's great. I just find when the computers are there, they tend to block the sound.
Well, while this is getting up, I just want to say,
Are you sure? If you need a second, is not a problem.
Okay.
I want to make sure you're comfortable here. All set?
anyway. My name's Nam. I wanted to start by saying, like, I think that the work here at this is super important. Last year, this committee starting kind of out of what happened during our municipal election. I think there were definitely some unfortunate things out of council being cut and this committee needing to be struck, but in a sense as well, it's like, well, this is discussion about our challenges and opportunities. I don't know, but maybe I'll just spin this around. So both Yash and I, we started talking about this in February, and both of us have been inspired not only by the incredible value of having residents kind of on the front line engaging in political decision making and policy, but also in the power of technology to supplement and augment those sorts of things. Because, like, let's face it, people hate politics. They do really want to affect change, but people are really tired of what feels like fruitless bureaucracy, and it can be endless. So that is why Ash and I have built EverySay. I'm sorry I can't show you up here on the screen, but EverySay is a digital platform. It's an open online forum where people can learn about issues and policy that's happening in the city and engage with those issues through voting, commenting, making. And really, like, the mission here is to create a better feedback loop between government and its residents. It's really sort of like a rethinking of how we do and engage the public. One of the really cool things is we actually talked to the civic engagement or the civic innovation office downstairs, and a lot of alignment. I wanted to pull up a slide here that just showed about the research they did on a civic participation portal, where they talked about the need for issues to be jargon free, to be visually driven, and to be very like UI UX focused, file friendly. So what we've done is incorporated all of those things into a very responsive web app, incorporating a lot of design and UX into the process. And what we've managed to do so far, other than doing the coding and bringing the site live, is to build an editorial team. We have a team of 5 writers now that are covering policies, both kind of in the realm of things being discussed, as well as what is actually coming in front of committees like this and what is eventually to be voted on. And we really strive to take technical jargon out of this, because not people like me who find coming to committee meetings fun and engaging, but people that just care about issues and care about their local community. We are sort of in the midst. We've written a lot of content on here. We've got about 500 users now on our platform. But now we're moving forward into a new iteration where we want to dive a little bit deeper into how people can engage on these topics. If I could show you right now, it's very binary. So you have like vision 0 and we talk about it, and then it's yes or no vote. But how meaningful is that? And are people actually getting into? So moving forward, we're working really hard, probably by the end of this weekend, which is going to take big plans and ideas like that and people. And then as well, moving forward, giving people the opportunity to add their outsourcing. But what we're able to do with that is provide really valuable and granular data for a nonprofit, so privacy. But Armin, really nice just to use data and information. That feedback that you might get at a town hall or at a presentation. So moving forward, I mean, we've identified a number of really like high priority issues, policies in the city, focusing on those things, working with a lot of network and
Thank you.
everything visual.
Thank you for speaking to us. Are there any questions? Councillor Carroll.
Yeah, I'm just wondering where you go with this platform. Does this platform become something that city uses, or do you want to sort of sit in the charitable not-for-profit space to become part of the process? And I ask the question because there groups like yours, whether it's digital or other forms of media and such, are being brought in the UK to participatory budgeting processes, so that rather than say we're doing PB and the city's going to run another one, they're now contracting enterprises like yourself to say, in this area, you run this one. And we thereby get to find out, A, if it engages more people, if it turns out to be more inclusive, but we can also test, does online voting work, things like that in a really affordable way. Do you envision a platform like this, if we were doing more consultative experimentation, you would fit into that space maybe?
Yeah, that's a really great question. We really want to keep this platform open, nonprofit, something that is for people to use and really has that sort of mass appeal.
Right.
But as an organization, we are actually looking on the private end of what we're doing to be able to license our software and to be able to provide like consultancy services, ideally to cities or to departments and municipalities. So yeah, if there's interest from the city in saying, okay, we want to look at this small contained project, we would be open to having a conversation about licensing our project.
But you think agencies like yours, if we were doing that, as a partnership to however we engage, you think you could still maintain your ability to draw the subscribers and followers? Because you have 500 followers now while you're a really fledgling platform. Even if you were partnering with cities to do the engagement, so you've sort of become their partner, you could still continue to draw a lot of followers?
Yeah, there's a little bit of delicacy with that because we want to maintain the integrity of the platform and really respect our bottom line, which is privacy.
Right.
So that's sort of where that we would have to talk about what that nitty-gritty is in terms of how that would look, but we're absolutely open to not only licensing the software, but actually providing our expertise in marketing, branding, the outreach, the UX, UI, the design, all of that sort of thing. And so that would sort of just be your need spaces.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Welcome back, Sue.
I'm hoping I would push the button so I can night for free. I'm good.
I'm good.
Good morning, councillors. 2 nights ago, on a cold, rainy night, 300 residents attended the downtown Transform Toronto consultation. The crowd was almost entirely younger adults concerned about the climate emergency and urgent ideas. One young man spoke eloquently of a Toronto he wanted to be proud of and the opportunity we all have of creating a city that is known for its ingenuity and dying planet. The staff report in front of you, stark contrast. It's a puzzle. If are different, the demand local by but recommend further process further all of the way our local market function not in at a price of 1,000 or 40 and have a governance. It is not a problem. It rests an issue of how effectively government part in Harvard track based carbon zero this meeting. Her office in the last would have been this fact. Instead, we were set up that a films that arose from collaborative work we did with Teal Corus, always also working outside the direct purview of the council. Meetings on our initiative to help realize the city's 40% canopy objective and fully is in the report, tale of staff which seems happy with it a lot, an active citizen base increasingly exhausted and discouraged, and imbalance in workloads leads to councillors who have less work and are in the majority or close to on committees, leaving their counterparts in the busy downtown, midtown, North York wards, sources unable to meet demand. Staff report notes that prior to the downside also have been aggravated by it, that it does not recommend if fully out alternative government structure, detailed implementation plan process, that is reason enough that we should not work toward one. To us, it means we haven't yet engaged in reimagining how to address the democratic deficit. Is that on the basis of 4 councils, 11 less than half, as far as I've no public documentation to allow us to weight those interventions on weight their opinions based on geographical distribution is astonishing. If the lack of appetite for doing the hard work of city rebuilding is a byproduct of too time in, that is this cold, wet time in October. This must be time we can do one. And of haves and have-nots, we have local resentments, we have geographical differences, we have intolerance. Any responsible fix of our governance should ask first how institutional reform might address these issues. They're fundamental.
Thank you, Susan. Are there any questions of the speaker? Councillor Carroll.
Just continue to annoy people by asking questions. Sorry. So Sue, you said you feel, we feel, your community feels that we still haven't in this community truly engaged you on how to address the democratic deficit.
That's right.
So can we, is that a scope we can narrow, or do we in fact need to broaden it? Can we narrow it down to how the standing committee should continue to function, or do we need to look at the whole whack up to and including election reform?
I think you should look at the whole whack. I think we endorsed the Social Planning Council presentation, the motions and their letter. And we also thank the others who have steadily deputed for major change. And it would be a shame to lose this opportunity to actually get to the, I think it's important. It was interesting at this, if I might be allowed to just tell you a little bit about this stakeholder meeting. There was a mixture at my table, somebody from Midtown, there was a young real estate person, there was a developer. There were people, you want to be able to bring the city together to be able to first define what the big problems we have, and then to test the problems against the government apparatus that's to deal with them, okay? So I think you want to look at the whole thing. I can't tell you. It's the same thing that happened during the consultation. I don't have the recipe, but I think if you put 25 people, thinking people in a room and said, we've got problems, how do we start dealing with them? Because we're not dealing with big issues here. We're dealing with should we drive down Spadina, or should we drive down University, or how should we do this, or does WAVE work, or does we're dealing with the kind of bitterness rather than why are we even here? And we're here to heal and to bridge and to represent a collective that's the whole city and that's all ages. I can't tell you. There were 4 people in that room who were worried about dementia. The rest of them were under 30. And it was an amazing meeting. So what they showed you is there's energy out there. The question is, how do you tap it? And the energy is the city working for you? And how can we bring people in? Because they're willing to come. I mean, and I think Councillor Perks talked about his committee in the past, and that was looking at change. I think the puzzle to me, and I think having a title like the Committee on Governance sounds like some dweeby thing that weird people do, among whom I probably am guilty. But I think lift up. It's cheap. It's cheap, and it should be ongoing. I mean, I was really discouraged to see it was going to end here. It might end here. Because I think if you read that report through a different lens, you would be driven to a different conclusion.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr.
Any other questions? Thank you for joining us.
Thanks.
Next speaker is Tim Ellis.
Morning, councillors.
Got 5 minutes.
Thank you. Apologize if my voice gives out. I'm just dealing with a bit of a sore throat, so sorry if I lose it. And also just one bit of quick housekeeping. I neglected to inform you that I am representing a group. I'm still new to this, so I just wanted to make sure that you had in your records that I'm here on behalf of the Mimico Lakeshore Community Network, which is an umbrella network of 7 different groups and community groups in the Mimico Lakeshore area, which is south of Etobicoke. We mostly involve ourselves in planning process discussions on behalf of those community groups. We are pretty experienced at dealing with the planning process and have found that it is imperfect, recognizing that, of course, your hands are tied to some extent by working with the provincial government in some of these decisions. But we do feel that the system of governance here for planning decisions has a democratic deficit, we like to say. So we have a reasonably transparent process, which includes community consultations, statutory public meetings, open meetings, the city council. But at the conclusion of that process, we often find that the final determination of all too many planning matters is made by the LPAT, or through a settlement negotiated behind closed doors with developers and their lawyers and lobbyists, and then approved by city council in confidential sessions. So what happens is the final outcome can be, and often is, quite different to what community members discussed and expected and thought we had achieved. So a related problem is that an awful lot is left to the discretion of the individual local councillor, and there's fairly little opportunity, or at least too little opportunity, for the desires and opinions of residents to be brought to bear on their decisions. Now, I don't want to fault the councillors for this. I recognize that it was already quite a demanding amount on your plate as councillors before the decision to cut council in half. Now, of course, that is at least twice as challenging. But it remains a problem for us as well. So as a partial remedy for these issues, we favor the establishment of a citizens advisory boards, one in each ward. And the purpose of these boards would be to provide input and advice to the local councillor. These boards would be entitled to receive information that is supposed to be made public. So, for example, the allocation of Section 37 funds. And the councillor would be obliged to attend the board's meetings and receive its advice. The selection of these board members would have to be chosen to reflect different strands of opinion in the ward. So, for example, we have wards that have elected a councillor with perhaps views that are left of center. The opinions of residents with right of center orientations would not want to be excluded from these discussions, and vice versa. There are going to be challenges to the selection process for these board members, of course. We don't think that it is necessary or even desirable to have an additional layer of elected representatives for the residents. And I think that's actually not legal at this time anyway. But the city does already have procedures whereby committees of elected councillors appoint representatives, representative bodies made up of community members with background that is appropriate and expertise that's appropriate. For example, the heritage boards. There's already a mechanism in place to create this device. Now, obviously, the local councillors cannot be allowed the sole or excessive discretion over appointments to these advisory boards, or the new system would just replicate the flaws of the old. So there will be need for discussion, examination, and debate to resolve the issues that arise in this connection. I know it looks like one of the recommendations to you is to work with a secondary institute or an institute of research to further study possible solutions. So this may be an appropriate venue for that body to undertake. Again, these things were problematic when we had 44 city councillors. It is obviously much worse now with just 25. And again, that is, of course, outside your control, but something that we all have to deal with together. In a way, it's an opportunity. We are here in this council, in this committee, with a dedicated purpose of reviewing governance. So this is a chance to actually make a big difference and really think through some positive approaches on this. I have a few seconds left, so I'd like to step back from my MLCN role and just throw in a shout out to ranked ballots as well. I think it would be high time to endorse ranked ballots. I know we have a lot of, in South Etobicoke, we have a council who's been there a long time, does good work in the community, also faces some challenges in the community, and often faces numerous challenges. And it is clear that there is appetite for a different councillor, and that is not reflected in the outcomes. And that problem of incumbency is quite common across the city.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Perks, I saw you first. Councillor.
Thank you. I appreciate what you had to say today. You raised a dilemma, and I'd like to encourage you to explore it a little further, between the idea of appointing, a city councillor being able to appoint people to advise them, and some kind of election of those people. Now, you did say that it's not possible. I want to offer you from the report that you could have a plebiscite to pick people and then choose to delegate powers. Would that resolve the dilemma that you were talking about there?
I think that would, and I am certainly no lawyer, so it would be exciting to me to understand that.
Okay.
Yeah, but that I believe that would. As long as the goal here is we want to have input from the community. We don't want the councillor to simply replicate their own already fairly firm control over the process. We want to open up the access, so a plebiscite may well do that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Perks. Councillor Carroll.
Yes, I'm making notes here. We now have, you come to us from South Etobicoke, we have Harvard in the center, and we have a deputy from North York, all now suggesting this ward body, which is fascinating because the dialogue, the media's dialogue throughout the deliberations over Bill 5, well, if you want to call them deliberations, the imposing very quickly of Bill 5, the media's conversation was all around the community board model, the neighborhood council model in New York and LA that don't exactly replicate ward boundaries. But I'm hearing again and again, is it a year in, you all think the wards are large enough and that's a large enough body to be gathering? Because it's coming up in every part of town.
I think there's a certain amount of just familiarity with this. We've adapted to the ward system, and I will say, I don't know about the rest of the city, but for us, what is now Ward 3 used to be Ward 5 and 6.
Yeah.
We're in Ward 6, but we felt fairly connected to Ward 5.
Right, that isn't always the case.
I think that's not always the case.
Some of the two wards coming together, they feel quite distinct.
And there are substantial differences, and we're still negotiating that. We are quite fortunate. MLCN, represents several other groups, but South Etobicoke in particular feels like it has a very active community network, and with a lot of communication going on between those bodies. So we feel that we have been adapting fairly well. Is it ideal? Perhaps not. Would it be better to have even more local bodies? Perhaps. So I don't know that it's a firm decision on our part that we think this is the best outcome. It is something that we feel is defined by the landscape that we're in.
Okay, so while you outlined a process and even an election procedure, you're saying you're not firm, you're not wedded to it. I think you used the word we're not especially firm. Does it come down to you want us to look at this some more? How do we want to support councillors to have some sort of ward engagement structure? And we haven't looked at it yet. Am I boiling it down there?
I think you are. Yeah. We're looking to make sure that we have that framework to get more input in there.
Okay, thank you. Thanks so much, Tim.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions? Thank you for joining us, Tim.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
The next speaker is Mark Smith from the Toronto Seniors Forum.
Had way too much sugar last night, so you have to excuse me.
Welcome, Mark.
Thank you.
About 5 minutes.
Yeah. Hardly any kids, so it had to be eaten. I'm going to go slightly off script. I handed in a deputation form. I'm going to slightly off script, but I'm going to start with the fact I've gone through all the documents, and as you can tell, I've got lots of comments. But the one thing that's missing, and from my perspective as the chair of the Toronto Seniors Forum, is if you look at the demographics that are mentioned within the full document, like page 4, page 6, the word seniors is not included. Youth is, but seniors isn't. So that's something I would like in housekeeping to try to rectify as we move forward. Toronto Seniors Forum, as of today, starts shifting into the new division of Senior Services and Housing. It put us over the last 2 years as this development has been building in sort of an odd position. Staff keeps reminding us that Toronto Seniors Forum falls between a PAB and a CAB, Council Advisory Body and Program Advisory Body. So we're a hybrid, and it's mentioned on page 15, I think, of your document that needs to be adjusted and worked on. Going to what the other speakers have been saying here is the ward model or the neighborhood model. So it's building. And from my observations, we're a group like us, as an advisory body, to be fully effective, we've got to be closer to the community. We've got to be the voice of the community. Councillors, we've been meeting with councillors, and they have been expressing the same thing, where they cannot reach out to their full wards at this point. Just too cumbersome. So advisory bodies like us would work. And if you're dealing with the main body of today's discussion, changing the electoral systems, that's going to take a whole lot of explanation. I've worked on many groups as they've developed into the ranked ballot or first past the post. And it's getting people to understand. And that takes community contact, and that takes communications. And quite frankly, councillors' offices haven't got the capacity to be able to completely do that. Neighborhoods, NIAs, BIAs are much closer to that. So I think as you're considering the votes, as you're considering else, and you're considering seniors, how do we communicate with that? And I can go on forever, and I'm a terrible public speaker, so I can't read the papers I have in front of me, and I can probably work better as ask and answer. But I did have one note on here that I did want to stress. No, I think I got it all. I was actually pretty good at remembering what I wrote, so I got it all, so thank you.
Thanks, Mark. You did great. Are there any questions? Councillor Carroll.
So is there a role for both, having forums around particular profiles, but then forums around wards?
I've been looking at every model I can. Even though this is a volunteer position, I tend to focus and start studying every model I can.
Yeah.
In our case, we sit usually in this room once a month and discuss issues. And of course, you have 2 hours, and those issues are just as quick as we can through written documents. The problem is then we start cutting back on the community voice.
Yeah.
We tend to like to think of ourselves as a political body, but we're here to be the voice in the ears of the community. So I have been reaching out to different community groups, and we've been going and doing seniors living fairs in different communities, small ones, large ones. And the engagement that the seniors have, one we did last week was amazing. It was a big room where they had senior services, but then they had a cafe set up, and people from fire services, emergency services, police service sat there and allowed dialogue. And one of the key things, and I think it's not only for seniors, but across the board, is to see that they are being heard, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
So it's not just handing out a flyer or saying, here's what's going to happen. It's like being able to contribute by being heard. And that's really, really important. As you're looking at governance models, I think that has to sort of be slipped in to all the descriptions for every level, so that the community has that voice and they feel that they're being heard and they feel like they're being respected. The end result is, as you know, with city council is going to be completely different than what the start is, but it's developing that path of information, and how do we build on that? So, I can go on. But,
Yeah. No, I asked because it's similar to a model I just came back from looking at, where participatory budgeting is a wonderful thing. Hand some money to a ward and they get to spend it. But they piloted for a few years a thing where you first convene a citizens panel, and if someone's missing, are the seniors missing? Are people from disabilities missing? Are youth missing? Is a major multicultural group in this neighborhood that we know is here, but they're not in this room tonight. They start from there. And so they needed to have both the ward structure where this exercise would happen, but they have all these forums like the Toronto Seniors Forum, like the Youth Cabinet. And so if there's a major stakeholder in the ward missing, you continue to have those groups because they have to be tapped. You have to go to them and say, no senior came to this call out. What are we doing wrong in Ward X? And the forum went to work. Do you think the Seniors Forum should be exercised to do more of that if we build an engagement model in this committee?
from the seniors' perspective, again,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
With us, I've looked at how one of the issues we raised 2 years ago was how do we communicate? We're really good at writing reports. We're really good at talking. But once those reports are done, where do they go to? Who listens to them? Who reads them? There's a gap within that.
Yeah.
It's supposed to go to staff looks at it, but then from there, what is their action? So the governance model would sort of say, here, staff, here's the action that you need to take.
Right.
And here's the community group that'll help you do it. When I put it up on a big sheet of paper and I do arrows and graphs, it makes sense. But describing it might be a little difficult, but I think having that community input and having a staff person sort of be able to meld that information and find out if somebody's missing. That's why if you're going to NIAs and emerging neighborhoods and BIAs, there could be that voice there. And if you start to tell them that they should have a seniors component within it, then they are beholding to bring that seniors.
Right. There has to be a pathway for the action.
And then you bring it up through the system, but you keep that voice going through the system until it finally comes to an annual report from seniors that would come to a council.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Good.
Our next speaker is Miriam Anderson. Welcome, Miriam.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak. I am a resident in Ward 13, so in Toronto Centre. I'm here to speak for myself, but I'm also a board member of the Ranked Ballot Initiative of Toronto. And I was delighted to see on Twitter this morning that Councillor Carroll has stated she's going to move a motion today in favor of asking for a report on the feasibility of implementing ranked ballots for 2022. I see that Councillor Bailão has reiterated her support for ranked ballots. I know that Councillor Perks has signed the pledge for ranked ballots. And I'm also hopeful that Councillors Holiday and Crawford will vote in favor of the report looking at the feasibility for ranked ballots today. Just want to say a few reasons for why I am passionate about ranked ballots and why I really hope that Toronto will adopt them in time for our next election in 2022. First of all, they promote diversity in electoral politics. A great example of this is what happened in London's first ranked ballot election in 2018. The first woman of color won a seat on London Council. Her name is Ariel Kayabega, and she said specifically she would not have entered the race to run against 7 men had it not been for a ranked ballot, because she felt she could concentrate on the issues rather than attack her opponents. Secondly, with a ranked ballot, we can do away with, or we can have less strategic voting, so people can vote actually with their hearts, not against the person they want least to win. Thirdly, a ranked ballot will ensure a majority mandate. In the vast majority of cases, everyone who wins a seat will have 50% plus 1 of the vote. So this will make it less likely that polarizing candidates will win who only have perhaps the first choice votes of maybe 30% of the population, but really no second choice votes. So it promotes candidates that are going to be seeking broad consensus in their communities in order to gain their support. Fourthly, this is a very timely issue. As you probably know, New York City is having a referendum on moving to a ranked ballot on November 5th. Do we want to be behind New York? I say no. Also, London, Ontario has switched to a ranked ballot. Cambridge and Kingston have held successful referenda. There are at least another 11 cities in the U.S. that have switched to a ranked ballot. I think Toronto, as a global city, should be at the forefront of this wave, of this electoral reform. Lastly, there's broad support within Toronto for ranked ballots. During the last election campaign, 98 of the candidates running for councillor and for mayor signed the pledge to implement ranked ballots. 13 out of the 25 elected councillors, plus the mayor, have signed the pledge for ranked ballots. And as of right now, I see on the Rabbit petition, 2,010 Torontonians have signed the pledge for ranked ballots. So I ask you today to please take the next step towards bringing electoral reform to our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perks, you had a question.
Yeah, and thank you for this. The question of electoral reform contains ranked ballots, but a couple of other pieces as well. And I was wondering if you have thoughts on a permanent voters list, the vote for permanent residents, and election finance reform.
Okay, so just speaking for myself and not being an expert on any of those other matters, a permanent voters list, I don't understand what that means.
Very simply,
yeah.
We go around and put people on the voters list instead of relying on the province using the MPAC renters role and things like that.
Right.
Because the people who are on the voters list, it's a mess.
Right. So if that would lead to more accessibility to voting for people, absolutely. That sounds like a good idea. It sounds like a important democratic reform to make. The other question about permanent residents being able to vote, I think that's an excellent idea, especially since we live in the community in Toronto with many people who don't have citizenship yet. They rely on services. They also contribute to our communities, they pay taxes, and I think it would be good to give them a say in who represents them. As also, I guess that perhaps that would also give them the right to run for office, which would also be, I don't know if those are two separate things or not, okay, yeah.
And election finance reform.
Okay, and I don't feel confident to speak on that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Because I've got one, but I'll let my colleagues go first. No? Start my own clock. Thanks for speaking to us. One of the things you mentioned was, you touched on a little bit of the process on how ranked ballot was implemented in other cities. And I think you mentioned that there was a referendum on it. And I don't know if you stand for the group or if you're speaking on your own here, but do you have a position on how ranked ballot could be rolled out, do you advocate for a referendum to the city to ask the question on ranked ballots, or do you think council should just go and implement it?
Okay, so I am speaking for myself here.
Okay.
The referendum I mentioned is in New York City. They're doing that on November 5th. I guess I think in the US they call it a ballot initiative, or something like that. Anyway, in London, Ontario, they did not have a referendum. They just had councillors who ran on that platform. A majority of them were elected and they implemented it. I would say that's what's happened in Toronto. We have a majority of councillors who were elected pledging publicly to adopt ranked ballots. So my opinion would be that a referendum, which is costly, is not necessarily needed. Now, that said, I assume that perhaps in your staff report, that would be a question that would be addressed about the feasibility and the costs of an election for ranked ballots. So I'm not sure it's a decision that needs to be made today.
Do you know if your opinion's different from the group that you're working with on the question of a referendum?
We don't have a fixed position on a referendum, as far as I know.
Okay. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Blake Conoy. Thanks.
Morning, everyone.
Just a note, we're having some trouble with the clocks here, but I'll do my best to keep an eye on both of them.
Sure.
They can show different times.
I'll probably be 2 minutes if that.
Welcome. You've got 5.
Well, there we go. I'll give you some back. So I'm a resident of Toronto, been here 13 years, really love the city, and I'm here today, similar to Miriam and a few other folks, I think, to ask you to put a motion forward to provide, or ask the city to create that report that does the cost analysis, the best practices and findings of using ranked ballots. They're really glad to hear that might actually be happening, so thank you very much, Councillor Carroll. Why I care so much about this, I'm really, really, really tired across any election of people being elected that have the support of 20, 30, 34% of the voting base. And that's without most people voting, or sometimes 40% of people not voting. So I'm really excited about a process that is inclusive, that encourages people to vote, and where we actually end up with candidates and ultimately representatives who represent the majority of what people want. And I think a really interesting sort of second level insight on why that matters is because then we don't have to necessarily have individual climate marches or sexual education protests or any of these other individual issues, because we have representatives who, for the most part, align to the majority's views on any individual issue. So we can actually be able to be a lot more constructive and move things forward for the greater population. So that's why I'm really excited about ranked ballots, and really hope that we can provide the overall council with the information they need to make a good decision when it comes to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions? I had a couple. Well, we'll start with one.
Sure.
So you intrigued me by saying something I hadn't heard before on the ranked ballot discussion. Block there. You talked about, there wouldn't be a need for climate marches and demonstrations. And if I can paraphrase, if I heard right, it's because the officials were elected with more than 50%. So is that inferring that, like, once those officials are elected, they can stop listening, or
I certainly
they
hope
don't have
not.
to consult anymore? Like, I'm just trying to understand where you were going with the comment, because it was
Sure.
different than I'd heard before.
So when I use the concept of climate march or the sexual education curriculum, those are just two things that I think the majority of the population would be in agreement on, that we need to take more action there. Specifically, what the mechanisms are going to vary and depend on different circumstances. But my underlying assumption would be, or my hypothesis would be, that if we have governments that better represent the broader interests of populations, we don't have to go to fight or up to bat at every individual issue, because most issues will be considered in a more comprehensive way, as opposed to an individualized or the perspective of 30% of the population.
When you say broader issue, do you mean larger, I'm going to call them big P political issues? And do you see a mix or a crossover with Toronto City, because we're talking municipal here, Toronto City politics and decisions that are made by local councillors? So if I had a viewpoint on, say, capital punishment, do you think that enters the mix in ranked ballot? And would you want to see me on side of what the broader population is? And do you think that ties to my job as a councillor?
So I think a lot of things are tied together, not necessarily as capital punishment tied to a municipal
It's an
concern.
extreme example, but you get my point, right? Like sort of a federal issue, and then how does that...
If we're looking at the stratification of government, I think what I'm looking at is, this is the very first time I've ever come and spoken before a body like this. The
You're doing
likelihood
great.
of me doing this federally or provincially possible because we're in Toronto, federally a lot less likely. But I do believe that when it comes to ranked ballots, it's a mechanism that I think could work across all levels of government, and we need to start someplace, right? I think there was a question earlier asked about whether this should be a standing committee or as a standing committee or just a means of providing advice. I think relative to the status quo, which would be no mechanism, anything, even if it's just advice, if not decisions, is better. So if we can say, all right, we've got Kingston, we've got London that have ranked ballots, and then we've got Toronto, and then 3 or 4, then maybe more than that, we might begin to say, well, Ontario might want this provincially, and then we could get to a stage where maybe it's going to happen federally. So I see it as being connected in that way, not necessarily on a particular issue within a government.
Okay, thanks very much.
Perfect, thank you.
Our next speaker is Jeff Cattell from Fontra. Hi, Jeff, is that Kathy?
It's Kathy MacDonald, yes.
Okay, so-
Kathy and I, Jeff Cattell, my name, co-chair with Kathy MacDonald.
Thank you.
Federation of North Toronto Resident Associations. We share the throne together, and therefore that's why we're here together.
Great, and so you know the rules. You can combine your presentation if you wish to.
Yeah, we will.
10 minutes.
Interface, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for this opportunity to comment back on the staff report. And we have confined our comments mostly to the staff report. I recognize, listening to the deputants this morning, that there's some broad consensus issues that are emerging as ones that this committee and the city needs to deal with. We confined ourselves pretty much to the report. The overall tone of the report reminded us a bit of the World War II slogan, "Keep calm and carry on." In general, things are fine. There may be some tweaking required. On the contrary, it is our impression that, firstly, the pressure on councillors, particularly in the corridor, the young corridor, the central south, north-south corridor, is intense and unsustainable, driven by development, but the complexity of the issues. Secondly, unfortunately, the level and the quality of discussion has decreased in standing committees and at City Council due to the reduced number of members. It's just simply a fact. Look here, we've got 3 of you. I mean, I used to come here to committee and it'd be 6, 8 people, and there's just some dynamic about having more people at the table. Everybody's watching you, but the people with power here are you 3, and it's sad. So we won't get into Bill 5 and all that. Hopefully that does proceed to the Supreme Court. Anyway, members are physically unable to cope with the range and complexity of the agendas that are being asked to weigh in on. At this stage, it's impossible to know whether there are longer-term implications of this issue. So let's talk about a few things. there are themes identified in the staff report without specific proposals. The report recommends, the first recommendation, that the interim governance model established in December 2018 be continued as is. But there are several other matters called themes that the report discusses in just a preliminary manner, and except for one matter, the organizational structure of the Committee of Adjustment, but do not bring, the report does not bring forward recommendations for actions. And this is disappointing because I was here at the last meeting of the committee, September 25th, and there was a motion made at that time to report to the November 1, 2019 meeting with proposals for improving the city's governance model and a plan to consult the public on those proposals and the financial impacts of this additional work. So what we intend to do with our submission is to bring the proposals forward that staff kind of alludes to in their report, but doesn't actually get brought forward as a recommendation. The first one, the category they had A, was public engagement and civic literacy. We support moving forward on a review, and people have spoken, the whole thing about ward advisory councils and so on. It's part of this, but it's bigger than just a particular model. That City Council direct the City Manager, we're making this motion, to report to the Executive Committee with a detailed proposal for review, including financial impact assessment of the City's engagement strategies, including an assessment of the effectiveness of current strategies and the resources applied to engagement efforts across the organization, analysis of other municipal engagement strategies, assessment of the best model to deliver purposeful, timely, effective engagement that serves a diversity of stakeholders, including the public, city divisions, and city councils. Hopefully one of you will bring that motion forward. Secondly, second theme was Office of Neighborhoods and support for neighborhood associations. We absolutely support the proposal by the Institute of Municipal Finance and Government's Alexandra Flynn that the city support neighborhood associations for all the obvious reasons. Well, it's in the report. And recommend, again, a motion that City Council direct the City Manager to report back on resource requirements for an Office of Neighborhoods that would undertake research, develop resources, create and maintain a centralized data bank and map, provide advice and referrals for new and established neighborhood associations, coordinate divisional information for neighborhoods. I would point out that there's a lot of good work being done in the social development division in less well-off neighborhoods, and that needs to be centralized and combined with an approach across the whole city, with a focus on a spatial look at things, a neighborhood approach to things. We agree with the staff's report's comments about the sensitivity of relations between the city and neighborhood associations and the need for assurance that the city would not compromise the autonomy and independence of neighborhood associations. In that regard, we agree that there is a need for minimum criteria for NAs to be serviced by the city. However, these criteria, for example, regarding the degree of disclosure of financial records, there could be implications of that, would need careful consideration and not be invasive or detrimental to the activities of neighborhood associations. Some of the other themes we didn't have comments on, and so Kathy will switch to the Committee of Adjustment issue.
So many of our members spend a lot of time dealing with development applications in their neighborhoods and are therefore at the Committee of Adjustment on a regular basis and at TLAB. And our concern about what's happening in these processes is that it's very difficult for residents to have a real voice. We've been working with Michael Mitzi on trying to improve the access for residents for applications and processes. And I understand he's going to be reporting in December and hope we'll get some improvements to the current systems. there's real limitations for access by residents because of daytime hearings. There are too many applications. It's never clear when when an actual application is going to come up. And also there's, it's difficult for ordinary residents to understand the complexities of our planning system and the regulations. I just wanted to add something about our concerns about the T-Lab and how it's operating, and hope the city can have some impact on making it more accessible to residents. The relationship between what governments do and residents is the key part of governance, and we found that the old OMB was much more receptive to residents than the T-Lab, because the hearings these are supposed to be about minor variances, and the hearings were a day. People could turn up and speak and be heard. At the T-Lab, you have to produce documents well in advance, and the hearings become complex legal arguments by the developers' lawyers that take up to like 4 days, and ordinary people are not being heard, and the decisions show that really only the applicant's voice is respected at the T-Lab, and this is a major problem for residents and for governance. So I mean, this is one of the many areas, and an important one for the city neighborhoods in making the city a better place for all of us to live in.
Just make one more point, and that is that the FONTRA, we have signed off on the Social Planning Toronto initiative about keeping this committee, making this committee as a permanent standing committee. We absolutely support that idea, as I think most people do.
Thank you. Are there questions? Councillor Carroll.
Yeah, it's a question of Kathy. The observation you made that ironically the OMB seemed a little more inclusive in hearing than T-Lab. Would you add LPAT into that equation, such that we should really be making statements for both this T-Lab that we've been allowed to set up, and the LPAT that we're still waiting for the regulations on it, but there's been a problem there as well, where there's this heavy-handed, are you a party, are you a participant, and you've got to get a lawyer. It has been really oppressive.
Yes.
Would you add them into the mix?
Yes. Their mediation process there is also, a good idea. However, if you go into a mediation like I did, where a 46-story building was proposed in an area where it probably is supposed to be 10, and you're coming in for mediation. The idea in a mediation, you meet part way. Well, that doesn't really always work.
Right. And one of the first things that we lost, I think it was a budget cut before even Bill 108, I can't remember, was the province was setting up a legislated support office that residents would go to.
And that
if we were to take if we wanted to demystify C of A and T-Lab and the new OMB/LPAT, would that be a better role for the city if there was some office of support for residents on that, so that they could, have an opinion separate and apart from their councillors and the developers, just procedural guidance?
Absolutely, that's really essential, particularly with the province dropping a support service that appeared to be working quite well.
Yes, for a nanosecond. I understand something like 4 hearings had residents get to avail themselves of the advice. Yes. Okay, thank you for that observation. Yeah. Thanks. I'm done.
Thank you, Councillor. I had a couple of questions as well. I wanted to unpack a little bit some of the comments about the Committee of Adjustment. So you raised some issues, and they're not ones I hadn't heard before. And I think you raised them in earnest. Do you have some thoughts on what the solution could be? So one of them was, the TLAB hearings go on for several days, and it's hard as a resident to go there. Is there a way to overcome that? Is there a way to address some of the other, daytime Committee of Adjustment hearings? Could we move them to the night? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm curious what your thoughts would be.
Yes. I guess part of the problem is there's so many applications, but maybe there needs to be a more stringent screening of applications. There are a lot of big, complicated applications that are really not very minor that go through the Committee of Adjustment. So there are a number of different ways of making the system work better, and we've been talking with Michael Mitzi about these for a while, and I understand he's working on
I think
them.
some of us would remember before amalgamation, living in Leaside, we go to the East York Civic Centre on an evening, and the Committee of Adjustment was local people. They'd have some sense of the character of the neighborhood. We're now in a situation where it's all so remote, so distant from the experience. And people they don't have any sensitivity to the needs of the neighborhood. So the decisions are just blah. And quite random, actually. You get, depending on a good day or a bad day, it's just completely random. It's quite bizarre.
Do you think there's a lack of confidence from the public in the members of the Committee of Adjustment in terms of their ability, or is it more about the decisions? And I know we appoint people, and there's some qualification, right, that would put them on there. But I'd love to hear from you. What is that essence that people have of it?
I would. People would be appointed for various reasons. They don't have an understanding of how the committee works or should work, and the workloads are so heavy, and to get through the agendas, there isn't enough time to really think about the importance of the impact of their decision on a community. I think there needs to be broad discussion about how the committee should be working and serving the community. It's complicated, and there are a lot of different factors involved.
The used to be that members would visit the site. It's very rare, when 35 items on the agenda, it's very rare to be able to visit the site. Sometimes the member, if they're really concerned about an application, they'll say, I visited the site and I agree with the residents. But that's the problem. They don't understand the context. It's a project, the drawings show that individual project. They don't show the context of the project. And it's important that the surrounding houses be shown, and that the member be familiar with the site or able to visit the site.
Would you say what is the largest issue you would say? Would you say it is the changes needed to the Committee of Adjustment, process rules and so on, that would make it easier for the public to participate or understand or otherwise engage in the process? And I want to separate that from the idea of winning the hearing. I understand people sometimes leave the Committee of Adjustment and they're not happy because they didn't win their position. But there's a difference between leaving feeling that they had an opportunity to plead their case versus, they were summarily dismissed and nobody listened. And I wanted to know what was the most important thing that changes to the Committee of Adjustment, in your view, would be to try to overcome. Is it the winning the hearings, or is it more process-oriented?
I think it's a sense that this was a fair hearing, and that my voice was heard. What was important to me was understood by the committee, and they made the decision based on, the range of information that they had.
Okay, thanks very much. Are there any other questions? No. Thank you for joining us today. Our next speaker is Jackie De Silva. Okay, thank you. Our next speakers after that would be Aaron Binder and Vicky Velinosi. Okay. The clerks advised me that Aaron has contacted us, but is Vicky here? No. Okay. Our next speaker would be Sarah Clemenhanga. Clemenhaga. Thank you, Councillor Perks. Is Sarah here? Okay. You mentioned you'd seen her, Councillor Carroll, so I'll call for her again at the end. Maybe she's just stepped out. Our next speaker is Linda Brett. Hi, Linda. Welcome, Linda. You've got 5 minutes. You're all set?
Yeah.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you all for having me speak this morning, allowing me to speak this morning. Good morning to the chair and members of council that are here. I am Linda Brett. I'm president of the Bloor Street East Neighborhood Association, and by way of background, I've been following governance at the City of Toronto from when Councillor Ainsley brought forward a motion with respect to the ward boundaries way back when that started. And I can't remember the exact year it was, but we have been, from the ward boundaries onwards, we have been at all meetings, including deputing at the Executive Committee for Ward Boundaries. We participated at the OMB hearing for the ward boundaries as a participant and attended pretty well the entire hearing. So I have been following this committee as well. And we're not going to give you a lot of advice in terms of what you should do. Our recommendation is that the current government model remain in place for the foreseeable future, but not in perpetuity, as recommended by the city manager. The special government committee should remain in place or rolled into the executive committee in order to continue the work towards a governance model that is either supported by the current legislation or a model that can be presented to the province for approval at a future date. The reasons for these recommendations are partially based on the outside ward councillors, consultants' recommendations for the ward boundary review. Torontonians do not have effective representation. They said that then, and I think we're still saying it. The work should be continuation of the ward boundary review, as was discussed at the Executive Committee in 2007 when the Ward 2047 model was approved by Council. Council is tied to and the discussion at the Executive Committee, and I believe there were some councillors that were at that Executive Committee, where it was mused that councillors do not need to be tied to geographical wards. They do not necessarily equal governance. Ward boundaries and governments can be mutually exclusive, and that's the way the City of Toronto Act was set up prior to the last amendments. Toronto is has a fast-growing population and is not growing equally, and will not grow and will grow at parity even with today's kinds of model, somewhere between 2028 and 2032 per the growth plan as analyzed by the Ward Boundary Review consultants. That's a good target time frame to have a new governance model that works for Torontonians. The work forward towards forward-looking government models has just begun. City staff, as manager staff, have done a really good job of some of the base data, but it is still a starting point, not an end. I don't believe there's really been adequate analysis to get to a recommendation of where we're going. We're now just finding out what a continued dialogue might look like and evolve. We need to think out of the box towards a Toronto-made governance model. Okay, what are the challenges? The challenge for the City of Toronto is by 2028, development governance model both from City Council up to the civil service level, two-pronged, up and down, to the residents of Toronto, taking the following factors into consideration. Review of procedures from council to the civil service, items that can be delegated and further reviewed up, and you can take the U of T report and take a look at some of those issues that they identified. The city is growing in population, and it's not growing equally, and we all know that. It achieves effective representation going forward. Recognize the growth patterns resulting in geographically smaller wards in some areas and larger in other areas, and what kind of model can address the big issues and the small issues, recognizing that. So that if we look at all of those and look at those factors, how do we grow and maintain a healthy, vibrant, cohesive city and a governance model that works towards that? So I don't have answers for you, and I think you're just starting to get some of the inputs that are going to get you to that end. And I'm at 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions of the speaker? Fix these clocks. Councillor Carroll?
So one of the things, we've had a couple of deputations here coming from U of T, but you think we should actively send some work to them and get real answers back, such that, you know, we really need to give them a number of months and ask them to actually give us a formal report?
I think you can use all of the academics that came forward and come forward and give you some really good academic answers. I mean, I'm not an academic, and I'm more in a strategic and more executing from the top down as opposed to those, but I think they can give you some good starting points and analysis.
Okay, yeah.
I think you've got a lot of input here. I just don't think you've had, with respect, you just haven't had the time to do what needs to be done with it. And that includes all the recommendations that are coming forward from the other people today. I think they're all good recommendations, but they're all different recommendations on the same theme, and which one's going to work for us.
Right. We haven't themed and then had, you know, here's the theme today. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I had a question just around the data. You'd mentioned that there was some data, and you felt that needed a bit deeper analysis, but I wondered, could you articulate a bit more what the types of data you think would be required to do analysis on governance?
Okay, well,
and our mechanisms that we can put in place to capture more?
Well, first of all, you've gathered together from other jurisdictions different models and done some strengths and weaknesses, but you've not really said is there a hybrid, or is there some way that some of these can merge together? You've taken data from your surveys and what have you, and I think you've got a lot of deputants that have said that the 47 that came out to the first round of meetings was not enough, and I think you have more than 47 pieces of correspondence here today. I didn't count them, but there was a lot of correspondence. I think there's ways you're going to you really need to get further into different communities, and I think there's different ways of doing it. I think I deputed at the first meeting, one of the ways of doing it is something that was done for TO Core, such as a Citizens Advisory Committee, which the staff went out and wrote letters, random letters to people within Toronto East York, and invited them to participate in a Citizens Advisory Committee. It wasn't a volunteer, it was by letter. So those Those people responded saying, yes, I have the time, or I don't have the time, I'm not interested, or whatever. Then they got down to a citizens advisory committee that they selected based on different criterias of demographics and income levels and various different things, I'm not sure. But they got to people that don't necessarily come out. They're not part, may not be part of residents associations. There's other things. I also heard the stuff on technology, which I think is great. You can get to younger people that way. I also heard the seniors, and I think you need to get to seniors. In my association, we have one condo that probably the average age is 70, 75 probably, and everything that goes to them has to go door to door in paper, because some of them don't have computers. So you have to determine what your demographics are and how you get to each one. It's not a one size fits all, and it's not a calling people out to town halls, etc.
So I think the model, the one with the letter, is the citizens reference panel design. And are you advocating for more of those types of things where if I can categorize it, or capsulize it, it's a lottery system where they go out and it's like a random sampling, and you get random response rates of people coming back to say, yes, I'll take part in that, and away you go. Are those the type of citizens engagements you're suggesting that the city think about?
Yes. And that advisory panel took their job very seriously. They went to all the public information meetings. They were in an area of, they were by themselves over in an area, they were identified. That's a citizen advisory panel over there. They knew what their job was, and they went to all the meetings, and they had their own separate meetings, and they came forward with recommendations.
Do you think there's anything holding it back now from doing more of that?
I don't see why there's anything holding you back. Perhaps money, but that's a different issue.
I wanted to go to the beginning of your answers to the questions. You talked a little bit about looking at the data from the other cities about their governance models. And if I put to you, I'm more interested in not just changing because others have changed, but I'm more interested in trying to figure out what's wrong. Do you have a sense of where I would look for data internally for me to articulate a problem in our governance? And that's what I'm trying to figure out. What is the issue we're trying to solve?
Okay, well, for me, I was in Ward 27. I'm now in Ward 11. My association straddles two wards. An issue I find right now in the governance, well, not necessarily in the 47 ward governance, and as we go forward in governance, is getting smaller and smaller geographically, and growing a city when you have different councillors in geographically small areas next to each other, and having different divisions on how our city grows. So as we get smaller and smaller, you're going to have more and more councillors representing smaller and smaller geographical areas. And I find that a particular issue in terms of trying to grow our city. And then conversely, you have some that are really, really large. One of the particular issues I have in my particular ward, because I live on Bloor Street, I have a councillor on the south side of Bloor Street, and I have a councillor on the north side of Bloor Street. I have the Rosedale Valley Ravine that's so badly cut up in terms of representation. I'm not sure sometimes who I am dealing with. Yesterday, I had a flooding problem across the street in Ward 13 and a flooding problem on the north side of my street in Ward 11. Chopping up our major arteries into two different wards and trying to solve problems is problematic. I used to live between Ward 28 and Ward 27, and Sherbourne was the cutoff. And getting anything done in terms of making changes to Sherbourne Street required the cooperation of both councillors, and it needed to be primary on each of their lists in order to deal with some of the issues on the street because they shared the street. So once you start getting more and more intersections and major streets that are cutoffs or shared by wards, I see it as problematic in terms of servicing us and in terms of growing us.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Adam Plackett. Welcome, Adam.
Thank you.
You have 5 minutes.
Good morning, councillors. My name's Adam Plackett, and I live in North Toronto. I hope I'm not going to sound like a broken record, but I'm also speaking in favour of ranked ballots. So I've made some hasty adjustments to my material to avoid any duplication. You've already heard specific comments on this topic, but I'd like to make some comments of a broader nature. In 2015, the federal government said it would introduce electoral reform for federal elections, but then it backtracked, dismaying many people. We now have a minority government once again, so the topic of electoral reform is being discussed widely. In fact, I'm not sure the topic ever went away. We're living in unstable times. The populists have taken over both in the US and the UK. Democracy is going backwards in Eastern Europe. We're subject to fake and misleading news, not to mention the cyber threat from Russia. Canada has thankfully avoided most of these problems, but we must stay vigilant. And one thing we can do is make a conscious effort to strengthen our democratic processes and institutions, and thereby inoculate ourselves against these malign influences. We can do this by getting more folks involved in our communities, and we do that by reforming the electoral process. Under our current first-past-the-post system, it's very difficult to unseat an incumbent, so you see pretty much the same faces at City Hall after each election. So many people don't bother to vote or get involved in their community in one way or another because they don't feel they can make a difference. Minorities are particularly affected. However, if you have a ranked ballots approach, newcomers are more likely to run, all of the candidates are more likely to focus on the needs of the whole community, and whoever wins will have to have received votes from at least 50% of the voters, which will often be many more than under a first-past-the-post system. So at this point, I want to address the elephant in the room. Why on earth would an incumbent councillor vote for a system that increases the chances that they will not be re-elected? So I think it's a fair question. The answer is that a ranked ballot system may not benefit them personally, but it benefits the community by giving a greater number of people a stake in the result and reducing the number that will feel disenfranchised. And if people feel their vote matters more, that may in turn spur civic involvement. And that's how you fight off populist influences. Populists feed off anger and resentment, coupled with decaying institutions. Populism will not take hold when people have faith in their politicians and their political institutions. Plus, if the council is doing a decent job, they'll get re-elected anyway. Would it not be more satisfying to get re-elected on your own merits, as distinct from riding on the coattails of incumbency? In conclusion, I think that Toronto has a real opportunity to show it's a leader on this topic, not a follower. Let's show the rest of Canada the way to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions of the speaker? Councillor Carroll.
So you asked why on earth would an incumbent support this when it disadvantages them? Are you aware, though, there's a bank of research out there that says it does not disadvantage incumbents, and that in fact it's pretty good for incumbents in some jurisdictions. That's the lesson in San Francisco.
Well, I'm not an expert on the topic, but I do feel that name recognition, but I have campaigned for my local councillor, and I do feel generally that name recognition is a major factor.
Yeah.
The councillor is known in the community, and many of the other people will not be known. And I think a lot of people don't take too much interest, but they tend to vote for the name they know. It's not even getting into the issues. Mm-hmm. So if you're a newcomer, I think it's very difficult to break through. And if you look at the results of the last few elections, I mean, I think there's a vast majority of sitting councillors forget the last one because that was special, but if you go back in time, the existing councillor tends to get re-elected. And of course, a lot, I'm not speaking to the merits or demerits of that, but I think that it gives other people a better chance if you basically go to a rank ballot approach.
Right. So everyone's on an even keel.
More so. Naturally, the incumbent council will still have the inherent advantage of name recognition, but I think it evens it up a bit. And I think it's particularly the case where, let's take a situation where a councillor is not, I realize I'm treading on sensitive ground here, but let's say a councillor is not that popular and they only get maybe 25%, 30% of the vote. If there's 4 or 5 people running, that still may be enough for that person to win. There may be 4 people take them on because they're not very popular, but if those 4 people divide up the votes, that one person will win with, say, 30% of the votes. However, if you have a ranked ballot approach where they have to get 50 plus 1, it may be that that's all they have in the ward, and everybody else would much rather have somebody else. So I realize I'm treading on sensitive ground here, but
Maybe though that he becomes, with name recognition, everyone's second. Everyone who hasn't chosen him first chooses him second.
it could be.
And it all adds up.
It could be. Well, it could be.
But by and large, what you'd rather is to have all those candidates. The reason you want the ranked ballot, if I'm getting it right, is to have them be running on platforms and issues and themselves, as opposed to that guy's bad or she's bad.
Yeah, that's part of it also, that under a ranked ballot system, you have to appeal to the whole community. You can't appeal to your core community, because the odds are that if there's multiple candidates running, you won't get elected the first time round. You'll have to get other people's second choices. So you do have to run a more civilized campaign in order to appeal to everybody. So, I mean, I think the incumbent still has a natural advantage, but I think it just gives other people a better chance. So it's more of a fair fight, basically.
Exactly. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you. Well, hang on. Sir.
Sorry.
That's okay. I wanted an opportunity to ask you a couple of questions. So the underlying theme I sort of got out of it was this idea around churn. And would you say that, like, in the most basic level, the objective is to create more churn in the system? Is that, the approach, and do you see ranked ballots as one way to do that? And I get it, because people talk about it in different ways. They talk about it in the context of term limits. They say, we want to see people move around. We don't want people there for a long time. Would you characterize that as maybe a driving force behind your approach to this system?
I think that it's an element, but it's not a driving force. I don't particularly like the word churn, because it kind of implies you're trying to move people out straight away. And I do think there are actually major advantages to having an incumbent councillor, because it probably takes one term to sort of totally understand the issues. There's a lot to understand in terms of City Hall. Term limits is obviously a separate issue. I would personally, I think councillors should be able to run certainly 3 times. Beyond that, I'm not sure. But there are major advantages to having that councillor continue on. So it's not that I want to see them go. It's more a question of having a safety valve, that if the council doesn't do a particularly good job in the ward, then it would be easier for somebody else to step into their shoes. So it's a bit of a balancing act, really, but I don't like the word churn. There's a lot of good councillors, and I'm happy to see the vast majority of them re-elected, okay, but it's more of a safety valve in terms of 1 or 2 that may not be so popular.
What do you think would happen if, the idea is, you talked about, you campaign, and I think you said, people are tuned out, right? They're not necessarily engaged with the election or familiar. How do you think it would play out if you ask people, not only do you have to pick one, but you've got to pick potentially up to 3 candidates that you like, and you've got to do all the thinking out of the field to choose those 3. And given your experiences campaigning, do you think that's going to work?
I think that generally somebody that's going to vote is still going to vote, and somebody that's not going to vote is not going to vote. I think the person that is going to vote is somebody that takes their civic responses seriously. But to your point, I certainly think there would need to be a sophisticated education campaign to elect the voters. I'm not an expert on this topic, and so I guess one would look to London as a model in terms of what they did, because I believe that's the only municipality that's actually done this. But I would agree with you, if that's the implication, that the population definitely needs to be educated. I mean, you guys know how a ranked ballot system works. The majority of people do not. So it certainly would need education. But I guess for me, it's no pain, no gain. It would be a sort of process to get the population educated, but I think there would be good long-term results out of it.
So mathematically, it's an interesting system, right? You get 3, and then there's a process where you run subsequently through the votes, and you drop the bottom.
You drop the bottom guy each time until the top guy gets 50%.
But to go back to the last question, if if not everybody exercises their right to vote for number 2 and 3, and you end up getting data which is fairly hybrid, or maybe in a worse scenario, you've got the majority of people only voted for 1, and a small handful of people voted for the 2 and 3, do you think you're still achieving what needs to be achieved through the ranked ballot system? Because it's all very theoretical on paper, but then you apply it in practice, do you think it's going to play out the way it should, knowing human behavior, right?
Well, that's a great point, and I don't know whether there have been studies done in terms of, I'm sure there are studies somewhere, but I don't know the results in terms of how many people under this system actually did only vote once and how many people voted second and third. But I would say basically that, I mean, the more people vote, I think the more credibility there is to the final result. And that really comes back to the education campaign. If we educate people properly, I think we will get a reasonable number of people voting. And the more second and third choices you get, the better. So I agree with you, not everybody's going to do it, but at least some people will do it. And with time and education, we can maybe get more people to do it.
The last question I asked the other speaker, do you believe that there should be a referendum in order to create the ranked ballot system, or should council just go and do it?
I'm actually not sure how to answer that. I would really defer to council in terms of making that decision.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Thank you for talking to us. Our next speaker is Saman Tabasi Nejad.
Hello.
Welcome. Now, is there...
There's 2 of us.
There are 2 of us?
Yeah, we had told the clerk, but just didn't show up.
Okay, and so you know the rules. You've got 10 minutes. You can combine your times together.
Oh, okay.
Great. Thank you very much. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Good morning. My name is Saman Tabasinejad, and I'm here today with my colleague, Moshe Herdzman, and we both work for the nonprofit Progress Toronto. Our mandate is to advocate for a more democratic, just, and progressive Toronto. We are here today to say that the work of this committee is not over and should not end yet. There is much more to do.
In September, Progress Toronto spoke to Special Committee and reminded members that the committee was directed by City Council to both, quote, consider the impacts on city's governance structure and processes arising from the reduction in size of council, and to make recommendations to City Council on any further changes to its governance structure, end quote. This committee created its own work plan and timeline. Today, we are asking that this committee extend its work plan and direct staff to bring final recommendations after a much deeper public consultation and more research has been done.
Many people in Toronto feel disconnected from the decisions being made at City Hall. And yes, many felt this way before Doug Ford passed Bill 5. But the reduction in the number of standing committees and councillors has only deepened this disconnect between decision makers and Torontonians. That's why the work of this committee is so important. And that's why the staff recommendation before you to just continue things the same is inadequate. The recommendation is to continue with a status quo that is not working for the most people in the city.
Progress Toronto knows from talking to thousands of people that many people in this city don't know who their local councillor is or how they can help shape our city and get involved in decision making. You can and must do better. Process might be boring, but a better and more inclusive decision making process is how you make the right choices. It's how you can build a more livable city.
The lack of participation in the public consultation on this issue is a reflection on the consultation itself, not Torontonians. People care about this issue, but many people feel disconnected from power, and low public participation in a short consultation window shows that more work needs to be done to ask the right question and not to rush it. This committee needs to ask staff to reopen the public consultation and to put people at the center of democratic reform and put forward a set of recommendations to City Council that are democratically grounded.
We are one of a number of citywide community organizations that signed on to a letter that was submitted to the committee. You have it before you today. The letter was signed by nearly 40 organizations and community leaders who represent thousands of people in Toronto. This letter makes the case for the committee to continue its work It's a very detailed letter, but within, there's a motion that all of us are asking for you to adopt.
You'll find the exact wording of this motion on page 2 of the letter before you. The letter requests that a member of the committee delete recommendations 1 and 2 before you today, so that no requests are made of City Council. Making a request of City Council would end this committee and is too soon to end this committee. And instead, we ask you to amend the recommendation to request that City staff report back to the Special Committee on Governance during the committee's first meeting in 2020 with a proposed extended 2-year work plan that incorporates the priorities submitted in this letter. And that City staff include in their work report back a request for any resources they might need to establish a community advisory body that can work in collaboration with them to deepen the consultation and research.
To wrap up, the December 2018 decision of City Council says that Special Committee's mandate will end when you make your final recommendations to City Council. The staff recommendation before you today would go to City Council and end the work of this committee. But your work is not done. The cuts to City Council were terrible, and they've exposed and deepened existing issues. The temporary structure put in place was rushed and a stopgap. This committee is your opportunity to do something Doug Ford did not. This is your chance to be thoughtful and reasoned. Most importantly, it's your opportunity to improve how decisions are made at City Hall. Today, please vote to extend your work on this committee. There is much more to do. We can and must do better as a city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions of the speakers? You know, Councillor Perks, you look like you might have one.
So thank you for bringing up the mandate of the committee. As you noted, it says when our final recommendations come. So if we delete recommendation 1, which basically says here are our final recommendations, keep the system we've got, and instead recommend some consultation on very specific proposals, does that satisfy the ask that you and the other organizations who signed that letter have made?
Sorry, so if you would delete...
So this committee deletes the first recommendation from staff, which says we recommend that we just keep the governance system the same, and instead directs staff to go out and consult on specific questions, some of which are outlined in the report. Would that satisfy the position taken in the letter that you and the other organizations signed?
I think that it begins to satisfy it.
Okay.
However, we have outlined a 2-year work plan for that consultation, and we really do urge this committee and city staff to sort of create the community advisory body in order to make that consultation.
Community advisory body.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Carroll?
Yeah, so now I'm going to start to ask a question because we're about 2/3, a little more than 2/3 through the list. So, and I noticed that you guys arrived to hear most of the deputations. And so you've heard a number of concepts that keep repeating. Are there any of them that you don't want to hear more on, or are all of them things you'd like us to hear more in this committee and before making a decision?
Are you speaking specifically about the ranked ballot initiatives? And
well, we've heard ranked ballots. We've heard that they want some sort of city structure around neighborhoods, some sort of city support for a ward advisory committee. There are repeating themes. Mm-hmm. You want us to exist because you want us to explore those. There are none of those that are numbskulled ideas we shouldn't look at. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah, I think that what we are asking this committee to do and city staff to do is to consider all these options and come to some sort of structure after a thorough research that will better engage the different communities in Toronto, because we all know the sorts of people that are engaged usually in city processes are the same people who show up and who are heavily engaged and not necessarily representative of the diversity of Toronto and Torontonians.
And all of the things that are continuing themes, they're really all about engagement. Mm-hmm. The recommendation one as it stands now that says keep the governance model feels to me more like, because it speaks of, in the report, it speaks of, the standing committee the things that we did at the outset to manage your workload seem to be working, so keep doing them. So they're all really workload associated. What you're asking us to do is, the reason we need the more time is it's the inclusiveness and the engagement that's missing in a big way.
Exactly. And I think that we all know that when Ford cut City Council, it kind of exposed a lot of the shortcomings of how the city and Torontonians engage with our democratic processes. And now we have a really great opportunity to fix it and to make it much more inclusive.
Right, and that's the last continuing theme, that we weren't doing it all that great even pre-Bill 5.
Yes.
So we had work to do in any case. Now we really have it to do, and you want us to spend some more time.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I did have a question. Just check with my colleagues, there was no others. So you've approached this and you've suggested that we delete recommendation number 1. And that the essence of that, though, is to confirm the structure that we've got in place with our standing committees and a few other mechanisms. And that worries me because I'm not completely clear on the heart of what it is that you'd like to see changed. I appreciate some of the dialogue we just had about inclusion and so on. And I appreciate this recommendation that we continue to consult, but where would we go with what you're suggesting? Do you have some deep core issues that you'd like to see changed? And maybe the last part I'd add to the question is the report suggests there wasn't a lot of feedback until now about the council and committee structure. It wasn't that there wasn't none, but there wasn't a lot in comparison to all the other things. So I want to know sort of where this is coming from and what. Do you have some strong suggestions you can give to the committee right now about what needs to change?
I think what's more important is that we continue on, or the committee continues on to do the work, opposed to us simply just shooting off some suggestions we have. I think the hope is that that the city come together, like in the report, it lists out a few bodies that could come together to do more research and take that extra step into going to communities and making sure that people are properly and fully consulted before simply dissolving this committee. That's kind of what we're trying to get at here. Not necessarily to, railroad through any ideas.
Yeah. And just to add to what Moshe had said, I think the idea is that the consultation itself is inadequate. And so if, for instance, such a small portion of the population is actually engaged with the system or with the consultation, that means that not enough work has been done, not enough research has been done, or nor a consultation. And we don't have there's no prescription, there's no easy way to fix it. It's more so, how do we bring in a consultation process that actually incorporates and brings in different communities from across Toronto and across all our wards to make sure that we come to a conclusion or a governance system that is reflective and that will promote engagement.
So we had, I think it was 5 sessions. We had them in the different parts of the city. We've had 5 committee meetings. We've had surveys. We've had places for people to write letters. We've had a lot of opportunities so far, and we gathered great data as a city. What do you think would be the bar that you're looking for, other than longer time? I got that, 2 years, but what else do you think you need in the consultation process that would lead to an adequate amount of data that would affect change to our committee structures and mechanisms that were set up in that first council report?
As speaking for myself, I'm a highly engaged individual. I'm in part of multiple community groups, and I wasn't really at all aware of these kinds of consultations going on in the city. So I think maybe having a different approach to engaging different communities, and that could be through connecting with organizations, civic organizations like Progress Toronto, like Social Planning Toronto, like Toronto Environmental Alliance, and tapping into those different networks so we can expand the reach of what those consultations look like. Because we already know that the number of people who've engaged with the consultations is inadequate. There's not enough people who have actually engaged with those, and 80% of those who did engage have already engaged in how identify themselves as this is not their first time engaging in like a city kind of consultation process.
So where was Progress Toronto for the last year, though? Did not anyone, like, so you did some consultations?
We're not in charge of the consultations. So that's what we're saying. We're to set up a community.
No, if you can bear with me here, but you suggested that organizations like Progress Toronto, and you named a few others, could be involved in the consultation
in the community advisory board that we are, body that we are suggesting.
Okay, because I know at another point in time a group had come forward and said, we'd love to be involved in the consultation process. And after the questions were done, I thought, where have you been for the last year? You wanted to push it over in the next year. Okay, so you'd like to be in the community advisory board, but you weren't interested in facilitating consultation process over the next 2 years.
Yes, so I'm confused about your question.
So what role would Progress Toronto like to be involved in the consultation process, if any, over the next 2 years that you're proposing?
We can't answer that question at the moment. What we are asking this committee to do is to explore these different options. It doesn't have to be Progress Toronto. It can be different kinds of community groups. We can do different neighborhood associations. You can kind of, the shape of what we want that consultation to look like is unclear right now, but what we want it to look like is for the city staff to actually pursue that research and that consultation to come together and create a process that is effective.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Veronica Nguyen.
Actually, it's Veronica Nguyen who's speaking on behalf of CORA, which is the Confederation of Resident and Ratepayers Associations in Toronto. So that was missing from the speakers list. So my theme, my heading was here, plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose. So the more things change, the more they stay the same. So, so after 11 months I used the word supposed consultation with our communities on suggestions for models of city governance with enhanced community engagement in the process. We now have a governance situation which is a nanobite above the status quo with an increased awareness of the futility of the public consultation process. And I say the futility because we came to the process thinking we were going to talk about models and a vision for changes in Toronto. And people have developed plans like this. It's called City Planning Commission. So we came to, and I think most of our communities, and I compliment the staff for actually dealing with 107 community neighborhood community associations. I was impressed with the amount of data, but it appears that staff members were directed to give answers to questions which were contrary to the questions which our communities expected to be asked. So this is disappointing, and it leads into, so I bring before you the idea of consultation there's a consultation that is authentic and versus procedural. And so authentic means I'm reaching out to you because I want your opinion and I want to make sure that I'm getting, I want to know what you want. Procedural is, well, I'm checking off the box because this, as I think Councillor Halliday in December said, yes, we should have some consultation for this committee. So, but anyway, so we want to bring forward a fact that this committee would continue, be it whatever name you want to give it. we thought it might be a standing committee because the recommendations we have made in our deputation here in the interim, we ask that you actually go and investigate models for a vision for changes in Toronto, but also investigate a process for authentic public engagement. So in the interim, we support the following recommendations to enhance the specifics of public engagement in the process, in the existing process. CORA comes from a perspective of a citywide process and has been involved in DPS and 569, the appeal of 569-2013. So we have a citywide perspective, and in all of them, our observation has been the authentic public consultation process and engagement, we've been squeezed. And it's been squeezed to the point where it is making it more difficult for our communities to get on board with the issues or make their voice heard. We do support the public engagement, and if you look at number 1 in our letter of deputation, it suggests we investigate a wider vision for Toronto. We support the Office of Neighbourhoods, which obviously will, in the absence of the community knowing, because to ask the question how they would like to make changes for the city when they don't really know how the city operates in the first place is kind of a bit futile. So the Office of Neighbourhoods would be great to bring that to bear. But also just a suggestion, which is a constant frustration for many of our associations, is a notice and agenda items for standing committees. We suggest that if we're going to the community...
May I ask that you just wrap it up because of time?
So we have identified a certain amount of days that would increase this application, but the biggest suggestion is, in addition, planning staff should be directed to report back in regard to an official plan amendment to allow for at least 2 public consultation meetings in the affected areas where there is a development in process, and developing policies to hold working group meetings where appropriate in regard to the development projects prior to community council presentations. So the emphasis in our focus is authentic consultation. Okay.
Thank you. Are there questions of the speaker?
Yeah.
May I just ask a little bit as well? It's just a general question like the previous group. You did talk about consultation. Did you, given we've done consultation over the last year, and I talked about the stats, we've had meetings, surveys, roundtables. Did you have a vision of what consultation should be in your mind? Sustained consultation.
Yeah. Actually, I'll give you an example of that, because I went to most of the consultation meetings, and of course, I was coming in with the expectation that that we would be responding to some specific examples of what the vision of what we thought of what a plan, a revision would be for Toronto. So I came with that, but actually there were open houses that really were asking what we thought was wrong with the city. I went to surveys online, we're asking the local community to say, okay, what do you think was about the workings of the city? What's your big issue? Well, for most people, they don't have an issue because they're not interacting. The only time that people come up to the plate in development projects, for sure, is when they have it in their backyard and it's a crisis. So then they have to get up to speed with how they're aware, how the the process is going to work for them and how they can engage in it. That's why the Office of Neighbourhoods, I would think, would be a really beneficial office to be set up, because it would be ongoing. It would be able to be a point of reference for the community to say, where do I go to find out about how I go about? So that's the consultation process that needs to be done. Also, when I went to one of the sessions, it advertised it for neighborhood associations, and I thought, oh, now we're getting down to business. This is going to be asking us about this vision and a plan. And what it was that we were asked about details about how our association worked, even down to the point of asking how we do fundraising. So it was like, obviously there was a discrepancy in how, what was the focus of this consultation between, obviously, for me in particular. So I had occasion to ask my interviewer, because it was a pop-up session rather than, I thought, this kind of meeting of minds. And she said, I asked her, is this about, developing a bigger vision for Toronto, or are you just tinkering around the edges? And she said, well, at the moment, she says, we're just trying to find out how we can work with the 25 councillors instead of the 44 or 47 we had before. And so when she asked about my group and I explained the template of how we engage with the community, she says, it sounds like you are already organized. So I said, already? So it sounded like there was a plan behind, that you had an idea about how to deal with, maybe to use community associations. So a neighborhood. So anyway, I think what has to do, you have to use more, like a modern media, engage especially for younger people, modern media, rather than online surveys or that. But you also have to make sure that you're asking that people know what you want of them, and that also it's authentic, that they have an expectation that you will follow up on what they say. If they make good recommendations, it's not just, oh, well, we're doing it because we're checking up a box for procedure.
Okay, and I remember you showed the document about some ideas around the planning process.
Yeah,
and I just wondered, if you'd ever thought about bringing it through Planning and Housing Committee, approaching the chair or a member of council.
Well, this wasn't. We didn't author.
We're on that committee.
Yeah, but we didn't author. We weren't the authors of this. Actually, it was one of our vice chairs from Lakeshore Planning, because we are just the umbrella organization for it. But she has been lobbying quite actively and is very dedicated to this process. But I will suggest bringing it to the Planning and Housing. But it also, that was our concern, is where all these recommendations that we have in there, we have actually underlined to bring them back to the public. And bring it back because we want to know that you have considered them, and that what you think about them and how you're going to put them in place. That is really, that's how you make consultation authentic, by coming back. So if there's no special committee of adjustment, we need to have a body to be identified on where you're going to bring back these recommendations.
Our next speaker is Michael Urban. Welcome, Michael. You have 5 minutes.
Thank Thank you. I'm Michael Urban. I'm the chairperson of the Rank Ballot Initiative of Toronto. And I'd like to thank you all for having me here to speak today. I wanted to begin by recognizing and appreciating all the hard work that the members of this committee and staff have put in to get us to this point. I'd also like to take just a moment to note that two deputants who were hoping to be here today, Jackie De Silva and Sarah Kleimenhaga, have informed me that they are not able to speak today. I believe they've sent their comments into the committee, so I hope you'll consider those as well. For my remarks, I'd like to start by telling you why I'm here today. I've always been very interested in politics and in government, but in 2010, as the impacts of the Great Recession were on full display, for the first time in my life, I became extremely worried about the state of our democracy and our politics, and even more worried about its trajectory. I was living in the United Kingdom at the time, and I was working on a PhD focused on the role that was played by democracy in creating international peace. This gave me a unique perspective on both the ways in which democracy functions and the ways in which these functions were starting to break down. One of the central findings from my research was the central role and importance of trust in ensuring the functioning of a liberal democracy like ours. Without trust in our leaders and without confidence, trust's close cousin, in our institutions of governance, our system could very easily fall apart. Fast forward 9 years. I've returned to Canada now, largely because I wanted to move out of the ivory tower and apply myself to working towards protecting our democracy. Unfortunately, I think it's clear that trust in our leaders and confidence in our institutions has eroded a great deal, and our politics have correspondingly been greatly harmed. In many ways, our systems of governance are creaking and in need of some significant refurbishment. Now, I'm not naive. I know this committee is not charged with solving these enormous society-level problems. But the truth is, no one really is, and nothing on its own can actually solve these problems. Rather, the only way to solve these problems is really many ways. It involves millions of everyday people working through thousands of everyday institutions, like municipal government, to take billions of small and medium-sized steps that together will help to rebuild trust and confidence and reverse our current downward trajectory. Unfortunately, our current voting system, that core of our democratic process, is a major obstacle to this sort of progress and is actively contributing to these big problems. This is especially the case in municipal politics. People are angry with our leaders and our system of governance because they don't feel represented. They are tuning out because they feel like their vote and their voice doesn't matter. They are declining to participate because they are turned off by all the negativity and divisive tactics that are incentivized by our current system. I'm here speaking on behalf of Rabbit, and you all know that we believe that rank ballots are a small, simple change that can make a big difference in helping to solve these problems. If you've been reading your emails, you'll understand why we and our supporters believe this. The critical thing is that today, though, you don't need to agree with us. Today, the only thing we're asking you to do is to vote to ask staff to do some more research on rank ballots so that when it comes time for a debate on implementing rank ballots, full council and the public will have all the information they need to make an informed decision. I urge you to vote this way today. Municipal politics is in many ways the most important politics. It touches the most people, it is the most accessible, and often makes the biggest difference in people's daily lives. As such, municipal politics and government have a duty to be a model, both for the public and for other orders of government, for how governance ought to be done. Fairly, positively, representatively, and accessibly. I hope you agree. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions of the speaker?
Yeah.
Councillor Carroll.
Yeah, so just to check, because I was furiously taking notes there, Michael, because there have been some mentions today of proceeding via referendum, some of doing a study, and some of just you've already studied and voted on it. I'm looking for the one that is, I think it's, now I can't find the motion, but what I'm looking at basically is that that staff look at the implications, the cost, all that of rank ballot, and be it executive before that midterm point where we wouldn't be able to implement it. And that way, it could be employed in a 2022 election. Is that the ideal?
Yeah, we've been involved both in this consultative process and in consultations with city staff for many years now. Staff have told us that they would like to have 2 years warning if such a motion were to be changed. They've not said they need 2 years, but they would say they would like to have 2 years, and we would like to give them as much time as they need, because the worst thing from our perspective is to have a switch to ranked ballots that is rushed, hurried, and doesn't work very well. We want staff to have all the time they need to implement this, to do it correctly, to educate the public, to put in place everything they need to have a successful election. And so they've said they'd like 2 years to do this. So that means a bylaw has to be passed by City Council 2 years ahead of the next election to enable that.
And is that pretty much the path that was followed in London, Ontario? But where I've reached out to councillors and talked to them, just because I happened to be there at an election time, was talking to San Francisco candidates who've done ranked ballots 2 different ways, an instant runoff and making people come back a month later, which was not the greatest. So they've done it both ways, and they're still using ranked ballots. So London has proceeded. Was Rabbit able to be down there on scene? Do you have impressions on behalf of the organization?
So Rabbit is focused like a laser on Toronto and on ranked ballots. We're obviously
lucky us.
we're obviously connected with other organizations.
Yes.
And so Dave Meslin, our founder, who now operates independently, he was actually in London on the day of the election.
Right.
And he was there with Ariel Kayabaga, the councillor mentioned earlier, when she found out that she won. And he spent much of the day, talking to people, asking questions, finding out how they found it. There's also some very good reporting on this in the London Free Press, which found that people didn't have any problems with it. London did a very good job educating people, but found that people in general liked it, and they wanted to keep it.
And they gave clerks that 2-year window to make it possible.
Actually, they gave them less time. The regulation.
Less time?
Yes, less time. The law from the province requires that the bylaw be passed, I think, by May 1st of the year preceding the election that it's going to affect. So I think that's about 18 months or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
They passed the bylaw right on May 1st. So they managed to do it. We'd like to give our city staff more time. It's a bigger city. There's more languages that they want to translate things into. And like I said, we want this to be the best possible election that it can be. So we'd like to give them more time, but it can be done in less. And our clerks have proven themselves to be superhumans in implementing a 25 ward election previously in a month. So I trust that they can do a good job.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? No. Members, I note that we have 3 speakers left on the list. I would propose to you that we try to finish this item. We've got a short time window right here. I wonder, is there any concerns with that?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the impact of what you just said.
I just propose we run past the 12:30 to finish the item. We're down to 3.
Sure.
We're down to 3 speakers.
Yeah.
Is that
Sure.
item or agenda?
We can do the agenda as well, and I'll put that to the members. The last item has 1 speaker, and that is the item pertaining to
this is the major
transcripts. I'm okay personally. I don't know about the others.
I know there are a lot of motions to process, so maybe we do want an hour lunch for the clerks, because they got a lot of motions to burn through. Oh. So, but we'll still have quorum.
We will still I believe we'll still have quorum. I'm still good.
What's quorum? 3. Yeah, I do. I have budget, but I'll figure it out to be here.
Okay. So, do members want to do a lunch break?
Well, I'll keep working if that helps.
It depends on how long, how many motions, questions of staff. I mean, if this is 45 minutes, I could do either. I'm good with either, whatever's best. I could work through.
You want to push through then, members?
Yeah, let's push through. Let's get as much as we can while we have these 2. We could lose these 2 and we'd still have quorum, would we not? 3 is
I
4?
believe so, yeah.
Okay, okay. We'll do what we can.
So I'll just take a motion to extend to finish.
So move.
Councillor Carroll?
Yep.
Any opposed? Okay.
All refreshers
We're on
and
that
candy will be
screen.
fully received.
With that, I'll call the next speaker, Davika Shah. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Can you hear me? Is this okay? It originally said good morning, councillors, but I'm now going to say good afternoon, councillors. My name is Davika Shah. I'm the Executive Director of Social Planning Toronto, and I deputed at your last meeting on September 25th, and I'm back for part 2. At the last meeting, you directed staff to report to this meeting with proposals for improving the city's governance model and a plan to consult the public on those proposals and the financial impacts of this additional work. But in response, the staff produced a report on October 23rd that unfortunately we found to be unacceptable and inadequate. So, working with several others, we drafted a letter outlining our vision of 5 key areas of work that we think need to be undertaken to make this, to give this attention to give this issue the critical attention that it deserves. And we also outlined in that letter the specific motions we hope you'll pass today, as you've already heard from Progress Toronto. So to clarify, our understanding is that if you make any recommendations now to council, the committee effectively shuts down. And we don't want the committee to shut down. So we're trying to avoid any recommendations being made to council right now. In fact, at the last meeting, there were 5 of us who deputed asking for a 2-year extension of this committee in order to carry out the work. And I've returned today to demonstrate to you that it wasn't just the 5 of us. In fact, in the short turnaround time that we had in the past week, we drafted the letter and we had 38 signatures of community leaders, agencies, academics, and residents associations. And even after the letter was submitted and posted online, we continued to receive calls saying, is it too late to sign on? So I'm convinced that if we had even more time, we would have been in the hundreds in terms of the number of signatures we would have collected. We also think that this 2-year work plan must be a collaborative effort between a community advisory body, SDF&A, the city manager's office, and the city clerk. All of those perspectives and inputs are key. The staff report was disappointing for us in 2 ways. The first was that the recommendations were based on consultations with only a few hundred Torontonians. And to address Councillor Holliday's questions when Progress Toronto was up here, at the last meeting, I emphasized that the consultations were inadequate in terms of the number of Torontonians engaged and also the extremely poor outreach to equity-seeking groups and the nature of the consultations. And Professor Tricia Wood of York University wrote this in Spacing Magazine, which I think addresses a little bit of your concerns, Councillor Holliday. The only other big city in Canada that has an unusually high number of constituents per councillor is Calgary. However, Calgary has community associations and a rich culture of public engagement. Calgary even has an official public engagement office and policy. They would never accept 47 people over 5 meetings as an appropriate, acceptable, or adequate number of consultation on a citywide issue, particularly not something as critical as governance. She also writes that when Edmonton wanted to improve its public engagement, it designated the issue a council initiative, took an entire 4-year term to deal with it. It took a year to establish in terms of the terms of reference alone. It put in place a process that involved politicians, city staff, and residents on equal footing. They ran an extensive set of workshops to identify issues and then had working groups to grapple with how to address those issues. That's what it takes, end quote. So we're Canada's largest city, and at this point, I think even following the lead of cities like Calgary and Alberta would be a huge improvement over the quality of governance and deliberative democracy that we have today. So we were one of the few organizations, Social Planning Toronto, that was approached to actually help in the consultation process that has happened as part of this current process. However, we decided not to do it because we felt that the process that was being proposed was not extensive enough, and so instead we just decided to turn our attention to coming in to depute at this committee for a more extensive process. So I assure you this is not an attempt to avoid efficiency. It's not an attempt to waste valuable city resources on never-ending consultations that don't really change the outcome but that make people feel better. This is actually about robust solutions that go far, far beyond the scope of what was proposed in the staff report. The second problem is that even with the minimal consultation that was done, the report did not address several of the key issues that emerged in those consultations. So as Jennifer Pagliaro pointed out in the Toronto Star article yesterday, some of the themes that emerged from consultations, staff said, included electoral reform, changes to how committee meetings are held, and how local issues are decided. None of those issues have been addressed by the committee. So the work of this committee should be about much more than just, the impact and the change in the number of wards. We have examples from cities with only 8 or 10 councillors where there's just as much flip-flopping and indecision as we saw under 47 councillors here. This needs to go much, much broader, and I submit to you that it is very much within the mandate of this committee to ask questions about what we want governance to look like, and this is necessarily a very long and messy and complicated process. It's highly concerning for an organization like ours, that this committee could be used as an attempt to stifle democracy rather than to nurture it. And I know that everybody, no matter what their political affiliation, when you chose to run as a city councillor, you did that to help your communities. And I would submit to you that this is one of the most important things you can do to help the people in your communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions of the speaker?
All right.
Councillor Carroll.
So the, was it 34 organizations?
38.
38 organizations. So would you say that there are really our best chance of representing the stakeholder? You talk about external stakeholders who haven't attended not only these consultations, but don't often attend our consultations. So we really ought to be examining why.
Yes, exactly. I think there's different elements. There's, the nature of any consultation and just the logistics around it and just people knowing about it. As Saman from Progress Toronto said, someone who's extremely highly engaged still didn't know about this. I even wouldn't have known about it if someone didn't draw it to my attention. Right. So there's that aspect of it, but then there's proactive outreach to equity-seeking groups who face a lot of barriers to engaging in these processes in the first place. Mm-hmm. And then also there's just numbers, right? We're a large city, and the numbers are just inadequate for this kind of consultation.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you for joining us. Our next speaker is Lindsay Kretschmer. Is that right? Kretschmer?
Kretschmer.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Sago. My name is Lindsay Kretschmer. My spirit name is Swooping Hawk, and I'm here representing the Toronto Aboriginal Support Services Council on behalf of the 18 member organizations and their executive directors who are part of our coalition. I'm really happy to be here with you today for an opportunity to just draw your attention for a moment to the Indigenous consideration that I feel is quite absent in having reviewed your literature. Not uncommon of committees to not have an Indigenous consideration as part of the content or discussion. But if we're thinking about the 2010 Statement of Commitments to Indigenous people, I want to draw your attention to two in particular, and these can be found on your website. Number 4 states that the city commits to engaging Aboriginal communities in city's decision-making process, to removing barriers to civic participation and to increasing representation and roles of Aboriginal people on boards and committees. Yet we know that we still represent a small portion of that based on statistics that you can find under your ethno-specific data under boards and committees. This special Committee on Governance, I think, is really opportune to include Indigenous perspectives and partners in your decision-making around what this looks like moving forward. The fact is that you have shrunk in size, and that has implications on the city as a whole. But who it hurts is the most marginalized people in this city, and that is Indigenous people who for a long time have not really been part of the dialogue, despite those commitments to them, despite the commitments that the city has to reconciliation. And so I would ask that you also consider commitment number 6, which is that you commit to working fully, formally, with all orders of government and other municipalities and institutions, community organizations, to explore promising practices and opportunities to collaborate with Indigenous initiatives and to promote interests of Aboriginal people as defined by Aboriginal communities. I think there's real opportunity for your work to continue. And I echo those that said earlier that 2-year extension to reevaluate the work plan and to set some very good targets around what reviewing governance might look like and what parties might need to be included. If we truly are trying to restore a nation-to-nation relationship between urban Indigenous people, the first people of this city, and that of other Torontonians, then we need to begin having discussions about how we can do that in a meaningful and willful way. That requires engagement. I actually learned of this meeting yesterday, and my colleagues unanimously over email sent me by way of vote to represent on behalf of our organization, because it is very often that we are not full participants in these kinds of conversations. With all due respect, the city has taken some strides in the creation of the Indigenous Affairs Office, the Aboriginal Affairs Committee, and perhaps this committee needs to have a line to those other entities in order to understand what the needs are for urban Indigenous folks. So at this time, I would recommend that the committee extend its mandate to thoroughly consult with the urban Indigenous community writ large, the Toronto Aboriginal Support Services Council, the Aboriginal Affairs Committee of the city, on all governance matters affecting the city and its structures that will implicate Indigenous people. I would also ask that you uphold your government's commitment to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada's 94 calls to action and the statement of commitments that I mentioned earlier, and by building in accountability mechanisms to all of your governance systems and structures to ensure meaningful Indigenous representation at all tables of relevance. Put Indigenous issues and reconciliation on every council and councillor's agenda. Political will has to exist for reconciliation to truly be achieved. And at this stage, if we were to run a search on the word Indigenous in all of your past meeting minutes at City Council, I can promise you it will not come up as often as it should. We're truly working toward this. I would also say that if you want to honor our original agreements and rebuild that nation-to-nation relationship, that you will kindly take us seriously and find a way for Indigenous voices to meaningfully be included. And if you can't do that, then kindly stop giving land acknowledgements that have nothing else attached. Nyawa.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the speaker? Councillor Carroll.
So in your work, are you in a regular interface with the Aboriginal Affairs Committee of the City of Toronto?
Any of the members of the AAC are also members of the organization I work for.
Right, right. So I just recently had an experience with them in naming something, a street in a park, after working with the affairs office to reach out to the Wendat peoples, because the park was where they were the original residents. They're not very well resourced. It's a pretty lean operation. So if we were to embed them in regular engagement, we need some sort of engagement office that can give support, not just constant requests. Can you guys bring someone to this engagement? They'd have to have some additional support.
Perhaps. I think there is great value in including Indigenous perspectives when you're looking at your governance structures and examining what's working, what's not.
Mm-hmm.
Where does there stand to be improvement? I think the perspectives from that other side would be very valuable. I also think that Indigenous folks are not represented on the decisions that are affecting our daily lives. And so I often hear about wards and this boundary and that boundary. We don't operate necessarily in that way. Indigenous people are sprinkled all over the city. I once worked for the city for a moment, and I remember speaking with some folks around different wards, and did you have Indigenous folks in your wards? And some councillors said, oh, I don't have any. I don't believe that to be true for any ward. But I will say that at a time when we were 44 councillors, there were maybe 6 to 7 councillors who were really good allies for Indigenous issues. And now in the context of 20-something, we are now down to about 3 to 5. And that to me is very dismal, and something needs to change. We have fantastic relationships with city staff here on the staffing side, but we do not have direct relationships with city councillors and your mayor. So it would be really great to explore how we can do that.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Derek Moran. Welcome, Derek. 5 minutes.
So in this report, it says, others suggested that a specific period of time at the beginning of the meeting be dedicated to speakers. When the Toronto Public Library Board isn't blatantly disobeying Jennifer Franks from the city manager's office, this is actually one thing the library board gets right. The library board gets presentations from members of the public out of the way first at the very beginning of their meeting, no matter what the item is they showed up to speak on. I guess they understand that we, the public, are here on our own time for free. You know, unlike the rest of you, you're here being paid to be here. This is the way it should be at all other board committee meetings at the City of Toronto. Now, I should probably provide some context. At the beginning of the year, Deputy City Clerk John Elvidge and Jennifer Franks were sent to the library board to tell them that they were expected to do things properly. Now, I can only paraphrase what Jennifer said because, as I mentioned at Audit Committee, City Council has somehow allowed the library board to get away with not recording their meetings, like this meeting's being recorded right now. So what Jennifer said basically was, you're expected to follow and be consistent with the same policies used at other board committee meetings related to the City of Toronto. Now, I mention that because the library board is trying to pull the same stunt that the TTC board tried last year that Rick Leary thankfully put a stop to, in which the library board wants to limit people who go to speak at those meetings only 5 minutes in total. No matter how many items there are, you only get 5 minutes in total to speak at the library board in the future. That's the way they want it to be. Like, if you go to executive committee, you want to sign up to speak on every item, you can. And another thing was that the library board had the nerve to send me an email to tell me that I couldn't even speak on that item at the library board meeting about what they're trying to do by restricting, curtailing our freedom of expression with the 5 minutes in total. But as Councillor Perks knows, me being me, I just pushed ahead and talked about it anyways. So one thing that staff failed to address in this report was something I brought up at the last meeting. I think I did a pretty good job of breaking down how the City of Toronto doesn't actually have the authority to exist to begin with. And I left a question for a brave City Council member to ask of Wendy Wahlberg at the following council meeting, which was, if Queen Victoria repealed the enacting clause of the British North America Act 1867 with the Statute Law Revision Act in 1893, then, in order for it to come into force again, would Queen Elizabeth first have to reenact the British North America Act? And I see Christina Hunican here from City Legal, so if any of you councillors want to ask her afterwards if what I'm saying is true, or I'm just making stuff up, you should. So what city staff really should recommend to all of you, though, is it's really simple. You should just enforce Mayor Tory's code of conduct that he came up with. I don't think many people remember this. When he first ran for mayor, I have to show all of you this because, as I mentioned at the police board, anything for you, Councillor Carroll. So yeah, that was published March 14, 2014. Good luck finding it on the internet, though, because I mentioned at the police board last week, it's been deleted since then. So what Mayor Tory had to say in it, though, was making City Hall more functional means making sure council is accountable and working for you every single day. Toronto's elected officials work and answer to you, the citizens. That's not a label I accept, by the way. Not the other way around. And another thing that he added in his, he signed it, by the way. It was a pledge that he actually signed. He also mentioned the code pledges to run an open government, emphasizing the basic democratic requirement for having elected officials answer questions publicly. We work for Torontonians, not the other way around. Now, it's a shame that City Manager Chris Murray left, because I don't want him to think that I was lying to him about this. This is a tweet that back in 2017, April 26, I tweeted out to Oliver Moore of the Globe and Mail. He was at Hamilton City Hall for an event there. Regarding Hamilton City Hall, are speakers, deputants at public meetings able to ask questions of their public servants? And then a lady named Amanda Kinnaird chimed in to me. At committee meetings, yes, not for council meetings. And it turned out that Amanda Kinnaird is the equivalent of Don Pete here from Mayor Tory. So, all these people should feel robbed that you can ask questions of their servants at Hamilton City Hall, but we can't ask questions at here at Toronto City Hall. I was wondering, Councillor Holiday, you're busy doing something there with your phone. Can you remind me why that is? If you're public servants and you work for the public because you're paid by us, so you work for us, why isn't that, Mayor Tory referred to us as the TTC as being owned by the people of Toronto. This is all owned by the people of Toronto. So why aren't the owners, again, able to come here and ask their servants questions on how things work here? No. That wasn't the answer I was looking for.
You know the rules, though. We can't.
No, actually, I don't know that rule.
I'll remind you of the time, and thank you for.
Which rule is it again, though? Could you get the clerk to point out to me where in the procedural bylaws it says we can't ask questions at these meetings?
Thank you, Derek.
No. Seriously, what's the rule? I don't want to get into it like I did with you and Councillor Menon Wong at Executive Committee, but nowhere does it say in the procedural bylaw rules or whatever, that says we can't ask questions at these meetings.
Derek?
But you just said, like, listen, I can't go easy on you and hard on Andy Pringle.
Yep.
You said you know the rules. No, I don't. Where's the rule that says we can't ask questions at these meetings of our servants?
Thank you for joining us.
No, you said you know the rules.
Derek?
No, I don't. Where is the rule?
Derek?
I demand to have that question answered.
Derek, thank you for joining us.
Councillor Holiday, I direct you to answer a direct question I've asked you. Where does it say in the rules that we can't ask questions at these meetings? They can at Hamilton City Hall. Well, the people in Hamilton living there got special, extra magical, special rights than the rest of us do? Well, we're just chopped liver living here in Toronto?
Derek?
Councillor Holiday? Where does it say in the rules that we can't ask questions at these meetings?
Are there any questions of the speaker? Questions of staff?
Where in the rules does it say we can't ask questions at these meetings? I demand an answer to my question. Like even Mayor Tory knows that you all work for us, but you can't ask questions. How much sense does that make? We work for Torontonians, not the other way around. Really? It doesn't seem like we work.
I'm gonna have to pull a reason.
We come here, you guys ask. What would be the evidence that you would give the court saying that we can ask? Said so?
Derek, members of the public, under council procedures, you cannot disrupt the meeting. I ask you to respect council's proceedings and act appropriately.
Disrupting the meeting. I'm willing to go sit down over there as long as you answer.
Okay. Okay, may I call the meeting back to order? Thank you very much. We are back on item GV 5.1, and we are at questions of staff. Councillor Parks.
Hi, thank you. To City Manager's Office staff, how much would it cost to do a robust public consultation on the following 6 items? Public engagement and civic literacy, an Office of Neighborhoods and supports to neighborhood associations, functions of city councillors and possible delegations of some duties to appointed individuals or bodies, permanent resident voting, changes to the way committee meetings operate, including presentations, member motions, and agenda management, council advisory bodies, and public appointments.
Councillor, to the chair, I can give some rough costs of what it might take to do that engagement. I guess I would just say that one caveat is, of course, these may depend on direction of council, adding or changing some of the scope or the objectives, or whether the work's done in-house or out-of-house, or if we have to procure new technology and so on. So these are kind of rough figures I could provide to you. On a civic engagement review, looking at what other cities have done and how we've done this in the past, I would estimate that cost to be around $800,000. On the Office of Neighborhoods, as it's described initially in the report, in terms of establishing some consulting on supports and resources to neighborhoods associations. So the first model that we talk about in the report, I would estimate that engagement would cost roughly $250,000 to allow that conversation to happen across the city. With regards to, I think you described it, kind of functions of city councillors and any consultations on delegation of authority to other bodies. We estimated, looking at other cities, about, I just want to make sure I read, about $925,000 to do a comprehensive engagement plan for that. With regards to electoral reform, if
permanent resident,
permanent residency, I was just going to say on permanent residencies, we looked at what Vancouver and I think one other city had estimated, and then added in some of the complexities of doing this work in Toronto. We arrived at a figure of $1 million to do that work effectively. And with regards to the remaining that you mentioned, the consulting on procedures of meetings, council advisory bodies, and I believe you said public appointments, our estimates were, and $300,000 to do that. And that would be operating costs and costs of materials and communications and outreach and facilitation and many other components that would make up those estimates.
Math is good. That totals about $3.3 million.
That would be correct, Councillor. Thank you.
To the clerk, I'm trying to find, I had it before me, but I've got so much paper. The direction from council that establishes this committee does not say that if we give recommendations, we dissolve, but rather it says when we give final directions, we dissolve. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, that is correct.
So if we were to give some interim recommendations out of this meeting and a description of future work, this committee could continue to oversee that future work and be within the bounds of the...
In theory, yes, depending on the exact wording of those motions.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Parks. Are there any other questions? Councillor Carroll.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, I mean, anticipating a motion coming from that price list, I'm just wondering if staff have given any thought to this, because you do highlight in the report that really the key theme for you, just like the deputation today coming forward, was there was an overall, people wanted to be more understanding and literate of our processes, and they felt like they needed more public engagement to do that. And you highlight that in your report. I'm wondering if you've given any thought. Those prices are probably around needing more than just your small unit. You'd be bringing in consultants or something to help with this in order to do a consultation like that. Is that why we're talking? We're in the range of 800 and $1 million, those types of numbers.
Thank you, Councillor. To the chair, yes, there are no staff currently who do that work. We don't actually have a unit. So those estimates would include the need for us to have staff to do that.
And I'm wondering if you've given any thought to what sort of a model you'd use to select those. And I asked because I was just chatting with the deputy, Mr. Smith, and I were just having a chat. I asked him when he was doing his deputation about a model that I've seen where what they actually did is, instead of using the conventional sorts of public engagement professional consultants, they really sought out NGO agencies whose reach really spoke to some of the places that we know are sort of disenfranchised communities, so that they became the consultant who did the outreach, but they had a particular ability to reach some of the people we're not reaching, and that you can do that really more in the NGO sector than some of our more conventional consultation communities. Have you thought about looking at that model, using not-for-profits to do that?
Certainly, Councillor, we would actually have a combination of methodologies that best deliver on the objectives of that review. And certainly, we would contemplate things like a residence reference panel, which the design review panel is using to provide some ongoing advice and assistance, but also ensuring that there's neighborhood local-based residents participation facilitation through the neighborhood planning tables, for example, or through a number of the roster that we have on local community organizations who have training in this area and can support that from the ground up as well. But certainly there'd need to be a coordinating body and staff within the city to manage all of the inputs and outputs of that review as well.
And the kind of, the rough estimates you've given contemplate that, having the coordinating staff person too.
That's correct. Thank you.
Okay. I did have one other question. It was about the supplementary about motions. I'm wondering if Mr. Elvidge did an analysis when he was looking at the member motions. The big number, and it seems problematic, is the big number is actually motions without notice, and so they're coming right on the floor of council. Community not getting any time to consult at all because they happen right then and there. In fact, we don't even really sometimes consult our colleagues on them. I'm wondering if you were able to break down how many of those are the kinds of thing that are really sort of technical, just providing solicitors for hearings, providing challenge to AGCOs, that sort of thing, such that we could get down to things that come entirely without notice. How many of them are things that really should have some more democratic time?
Mr. Chair, I'm afraid I don't have that right at my fingertips, but that is something we could take a look at quite quickly.
Oh, okay.
Have a look at.
And it's not a thing I need a motion. I'd just be curious to know, even offline, out of the 119 motions, how many of them, it might be a small number, really should have had more democratic process. Yeah. And has council ever asked by motion for us to look at and review the rules around what happens to motions? Present company accepted. I've put a lot of motions before the clerks today, and they're just all going to happen. And we've done minor wordsmithing. But I ask if we've ever reviewed the rules around presenting motions, because there's a recent change in the dynamic. I've presented one to a standing committee, smoothly went through. Another where people who should have been busy with other things seemed to spend 2 days trying to discourage me from bringing it to the standing committee, and in the end I gave up. And there's more energy being put towards let us look at your motion and let more people see it before we actually put your motion up on the Jumbotron in a council session. So do we have clear-cut enough rules about what a councillor's rights are within those 3 motion classifications? If we want it presented, edited the way I edited it, and I just want it up there, I want the community to know, here's what I really wanted to move. Can I override all of those screens and say, put it up the way I wrote it?
So,
last question.
So, Mr. Chair, there's I think maybe 2 things. The members conflating 2 things. So it's unfortunate that we use the
that was the time constraint. Conflation was the only way.
It's the word we use. Motion. We use motion in 2 different ways. So we have the member motions, which are notices of motion, and motions that are notice. That's about adding new business. And then I think you're also talking about the amending motions that you're talking about in committee when you have an item before you and you're proposing amendments. Am I correct in that? I mean, certainly on the latter, members are entitled to move amendments. And they're entitled to do so without pressure or intervention from anybody if they that is a member's right.
So we collaborate, but if we wanted to say, I'm not collaborating in this one, put it up as is, I do have a right in our procedures to do so.
Yes, absolutely. I mean,
okay.
The service that we provide, the committee administrator provides in a committee meeting is to put that in the right grammar and the right voice, if you will, so that it can easily amend something. I mean, our role in that is to help you with that. But if you're talking about, involvement of divisional staff or program staff or whatever, that's your choice. If you wish to consult with them in crafting your amendment, more power to you. But at the end,
and I can say no, thank you. Don't show it to a chair or the mayor's staff or whomever. I can say, as far as elected officials go, I'd kind of like the element of surprise. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, I go back to the principles of the bylaw. All members have equal rights and privileges, and that includes the right to make amendments.
And then the speaker has the right to rule me out of order, which is the check and balance.
Or the chair in the committee context.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
We're at 7 minutes. So I'll give the remaining member a chance, or any questions? Councillor Crawford.
So just to recap then, through the city manager's office, I guess. So last year, we did the what's called the recalibrating of the city council's governance. Made a number of changes, and they're here, the council appointments, public appointments, council resources, a number of different things. So we've instituted this committee over the last year. We've had quite a lot of consultation. We can debate whether or not there's been too much or too less, but there's been a fair amount of community consultation. Based on all that work, you're recommending to continue with the model that we agreed to last December. Is that correct?
To the chair, yes, that is correct. With the decisions that had been made by council in December in that report, CC 1.1, yes, we are recommending that those structures of council continue as the regular normal model. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's my only questions.
Thank you, Councillor. And I had one as well for the Deputy City Clerk. I just wanted to receive your comment on the idea that this committee isn't the only stop for some of the ideas that have been presented. So the report before us is fairly diverse and robust on different ideas that came through a feedback process for different changes. And some of those ideas are ideas that have been out there for a while because they address issues that may have existed prior to the change in council size. And it's great that a process captured those. But they don't have to be at this committee. They could go to other standing committees or perhaps special committees to be addressed. And I wondered if you could explain that a little bit to me to make sure I fully understand that we're not missing an opportunity or missing a piece in our array of committees that we have to address items that come up.
Well, Mr. Chair, the Executive Committee has standing authority for matters relating to council and its operations. Council procedures. My advice to you and to council would be that in creating the special committee to, on a time limited basis, study the issues that were in the special committee's mandate. That was I think you could view that as kind of a temporary suspension of that arrangement. In other words, council was saying that it wished to have a special committee to consider council and its operations. So my view would be when and if this committee wraps up its business, then the responsibility for council and its operations is restored to the executive committee. Having said that, I don't think there'd be anything at any time wrong with something going directly to the executive committee anyway, because it does have that standing authority under the council.
So on that note, just even some of the more detailed ideas, there was mention of an idea of reforms to the planning process and community involvement. Has there been anything that prohibits that from going forward to the Planning and Housing Committee through a letter from a member and beginning that process? And if this committee exists or doesn't exist, is there anything that would prohibit it in the future?
No. Again, depending on how it was framed and what the item actually concerned. If it was about the planning process, I expect we would probably determine that the planning committee is the appropriate place for that.
Thank you very much. Members wishing to speak.
I'll go first. I hope the clock doesn't start till after I read all of these. Motion A, that City Council direct the City Manager to conduct at the start of each term of council a large-scale public consultation on the city's long-term service priorities and financial direction to ensure that Council's strategic direction for the 4-year term of office is aligned with and understood by the community it serves. Motion B, that City Council direct the Chief Financial Officer and Treasurer to present options for presenting the tax-supported operating and capital budgets to the Executive Committee first to report on alignment with the Mayor and Council's strategic direction, then be referred to Budget Committee for review and engagement with Council members and with the community. Motion C, that City Council direct the City Manager to conduct an annual rolling review of local agencies, boards, corporations, and commissions to ensure that each organization's operations are aligned with the city's strategic priorities and report the outcomes of these reviews to the Executive Committee. Motion D, that City Council direct the City Manager and the City Clerk to identify further opportunities for delegation of authorities to Community Council so that City Council can focus on citywide priorities, and that these opportunities be presented to Council by the end of the 4th quarter of 2020. Motion E, that City Council requests the City Clerk report on any changes required to permit the electronic submission in advance of petitions to Council meetings. Motion F, that City Council requests that the City Clerk identify opportunities to create a more welcoming atmosphere for public presenters, deputations, including increased information for newcomers, dedicated deputation guides with the rules, I guess we know that that's meaningful today, and posted speaking schedules throughout the committee meeting. I forgot to put that throughout the committee meeting in there, but that's what I meant by posting beyond the green sheet. Motion G, that City Council direct the City Manager to report back as part of the 2020 budget process on the resources necessary to undertake a review of the city's engagement strategies. This review to include assessment of the current resources applied to the city's engagement efforts citywide, an analysis of other municipal engagement strategies, an assessment of best practice models to deliver effective engagement of stakeholders, and a draft implementation plan of the highest and best practices in a multifaceted community engagement strategy. That one has some overlap with a motion, I think, coming from Councillor Perks. Motion H, Council direct the City Manager and the City Clerk to report to the Executive Committee by the end of the 2nd quarter of 2020 on steps needed to conduct the 2022 election for Mayor and Councillors by ranked ballot. Such report to include, but not be limited to, an update of previous reports focused on the use of ranked ballots by various municipalities, particularly in London, Ontario in 2018, as well as other comparable North American jurisdictions such as Minneapolis and San Francisco. B, a public consultation and public education requirements of a successful transition to a ranked ballot system, including those contained in the MEA and associated MEA regulations. C, technical aspects of transitioning to a ranked ballot system, such as compatible electronic tabulation technology and the technological solutions available to enable a cost-effective implementation, such as renting the technology from Elections Ontario. And finally, D, timelines and associated incremental costs required to implement a ranked ballot for the 2022 election. And in my view, H and I are absolutely essential that they really should be examined together. That City Council requests the City Clerk to review and report back to the Special Committee on Governance on moving to a New York City-style campaign finance authority model of financing Toronto municipal elections. Such review to include an outline of the components of their model, including pre-election day accountability and disclosures, grant campaign financing, nomination procedures to take part in grant financing, etc. B, a review of the impacts of the New York City model on post-election compliance challenges and legal challenges. And C, a detailed estimate of the cost of a 26-member council election under this model. So those are all my motions, and I probably just took 5 minutes to read them all. Mr. Chair, it sounds like kitchen sink, but part of the reason I put in so many things, not just my two biggies, those electoral reforms that I want, is those are things that I've wanted to talk about for a long time. And there actually isn't a venue to talk about them unless you happen to be a member of the executive. And for that reason, I don't feel at all that I have equal rights with all 25 members of council and the mayor, which I think is what our procedure is supposed to be. I want to look at these budget processy tweaks. I want to look at some of the governance tweaks. I want to delve into some of the things I was asking Mr. Elbridge about motions just now. But there really isn't another venue, because we now insist that we're so pressed for time and we've got 120,000 each and there's just no time to look at these things, that when you say, just a minute, I want to hold that item, everyone winces. Everyone winces. So what is the venue? Can you really properly examine governance, examine a ranked ballot or proposal or anything, knowing that if it goes to executive committee, on top of everything they have to look at, there will be an item that will take until 1 o'clock to hear the deputations. And that's a really conservative estimate. These are big issues, and all of the venues that we have in our sort of contracted standing committee governance structure now, which today we're saying we should keep on working with for a while. Well, it fits my schedule now. I'm barely surviving now, so I can't argue that having economic development and community development in one basket isn't making my life easier. But where do I have the meaty conversation about these principles by which we function? I would suggest that some of these things legislatively have to go to executive, but if we don't have this venue, and it's created at the pleasure of council, the meetings can be at the call of the chair when the reports are ready. I'm not suggesting that we have to meet here every 4 weeks on the nose, but we need this venue because this work isn't done. And it was sort of unfinished work dating all the way back to the 2013 review. We've never really closed these discussions, from amalgamation to the 2007 review and to the 2013 review. And so these are things we have to look at. And I agree with a deputy that said ranked ballot, I think it was Derek said, ranked ballots aren't going to solve some of these issues, folks. They aren't. Newsflash, ranked ballots don't take away incumbents. Have a look at incumbency in San Francisco. They really don't. They actually advantage incumbents. If you want fair, inclusive, diverse elections, our advantage now to use our data and to fundraise is obscene. And ranked ballots don't take that away. Campaign finance reform does. You want ground level grant financing? That's how you knock out a Deborah Quinn and put in a Bill de Blasio. That's how you have... Jumaane Williams became a councillor with Tourette's syndrome and a profound stutter, and he is a black man because of campaign finance reform. Ranked ballots would never have gotten him elected. That's what happens in those communities. And it's more than just ranked ballots. I know the community wants to see ranked ballots here, but H goes with I, or you haven't done a thing about incumbent advantages when you look at my motions at the end of today. If you don't do the finance reform, we'll get you every time. These incumbents sitting here get used to our faces. I could sit here till I'm 85 because you haven't done anything about the incumbent advantage. And when I do leave here, I want my legacy to be that I leveled that out. And so we need to look at these things, and I am adamant that I know our time constraints. This body needs to exist at the call of the chair because it's the only venue where we can have those conversations. Those are my comments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a motion that recommendation 1 in the staff report be deleted, and 2, that City Council request the Budget Committee to consider increasing the 2020 operating budget for the City Manager's Office by $3.3 million to fund consultancy and research on public engagement and civic literacy, an Office of Neighborhoods and supports to neighborhood associations, functions of city councilors and possible delegation of some duties to appointed individuals or bodies, permanent resident voting, changes to the way the way committee meetings operate, including member motions, presentations, and agenda management, council advisory bodies, and public appointments, and direct the city manager to carry out the consultation and research once the additional funds are approved. I believe that if you step back and look at several things going on in Toronto, and frankly in the English-speaking political world, there is a deep crisis in democracy. We lived through, quite recently, an arbitrary change without consultation, prior notice, in the middle of an election to how we are governed. And we're currently on the way to the Supreme Court of Canada to say that's wrong. We may or may not win. In the event that we don't, we have to do more work than accept one recommendation, which is to do an undertaking with a post-secondary institute on the Committee of Adjustment. We have to do more than that to fix that problem. We also are finding, in my view, a decline in people's faith in elected government and a cynicism about the operation of government, not just here, but throughout the country, throughout the continent. We need to take that seriously. We're also witnessing growing demands from marginalized communities in our society that they want in, and our current governance system does not include them. We've heard from several of those groups today. I think there are others whose voices didn't make it to this committee, and I want to give city staff the resources and ability to make sure those voices are heard. A little bit at this meeting, but even more so at the previous meeting of this committee, we also heard that a hole in the consultations that we conducted was that we asked a very broad question. And that if we had asked instead some more precise questions, like the ones that I've listed here, which by the way come directly out of the staff report, we would have got better advice, more people would have attended. Because people, if you say to them, do you want to change the government, don't know what you mean, but if they say, do you want permanent residence voting, they have an opinion. So let's follow the advice we did here, which is, it's very nice that you had the general conversation. We now need to have some more precise conversations. And let's follow what we heard from the city manager's office today, which is in order to have those precise consultations be more than just a website with a form, but actually taking proactive measures to engage people, you need to spend some money. I also want to note that there are some things not on my list because they're covered by Council Carroll's motions, and I'm going to be supporting those. There are some things where I think we have received enough advice and we're ready to go. We have two choices. We can say that muddling through and having the constrained conversations that we have in this building is good enough government. or we can say that the City of Toronto can stand against a tide of cynicism and loss of faith and loss of engagement that we're seeing everywhere, where politics just becomes the loudest voice, the flashiest Facebook ad, and the best talking point, and instead becomes a robust civic conversation about the city and the lives in that city that we want. Now, I appreciate that that means we need to do more work here instead of at the executive committee. But I would remind you that if, going to an executive committee, even as a visiting counselor, means sitting there all day uncertain about when your item might happen, and then finding out that your speaking time has been reduced and that the time for questions of you has been reduced. It's a bottleneck we have right now. It is a place where voices get clogged up and squeezed through a narrow aperture. If we've heard one thing, it's that the narrow aperture isn't working. And that's why we need to have these conversations come here. So I encourage you, look at the motions, recognize it's sending advice to the budget committee. It's not committing us to an amount of spending. And if city councillors in their wisdom or the budget committee in their wisdom feel that we shouldn't do those things, then at least we've heard from the public, heard from staff, made a recommendation, and everybody gets to vote on it in an open and transparent way, and the chips can fall where they may. Voting no here says we're not even prepared to do our jobs.
Thank you, Councillor Perks. Other members wishing to speak? Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I tell you one thing, if I had the opportunity to do a motion for a procedural bylaw, it would be one that at least motions are circulated well in advance, so we have the opportunity to review them, look at them, understand the impact. I'm getting all these motions here. I've sort of looked at them very quickly. I have had no opportunity to look at them whatsoever. So just on that basis, can't support any of them. And I don't even know whether or not I can support them because I haven't had that opportunity to have at least a look at them. That's just, that's a procedural issue we deal with on all of our committees. This may not be the best process that we have had. And listen, I've been part of this for the last year. We all have. I take this role very seriously, by the way, hence why I put my name forward to actually be on this committee. What happened last year when we went through the election wasn't the greatest process as whatsoever. I was kind of dumped on that. I understand that, recognize that, even though I did support the change. But I don't consider this a deep crisis in democracy at all. It's not perfect. I get that. We do need to make changes, and we do make changes. But to suggest that we're in a deep crisis right now, I'm unfortunately, I don't buy that at all. Yes, a lot of people want to be involved as part of the governance system. I understand that. I get that. Listen, I've been here for 9 years. I see a lot of people coming before us. Whether it's the executive, budget, this committee. So I see a lot of dedicated people who work incredibly hard who want to advocate that. And I work incredibly hard to ensure my community, the people I know, are out there advocating for what they want. So I'll never say to anybody, you're not advocating too much. But when you look at, the community that I represent, when you look at the people who I represent on a whole, I'd say 95%, and with the vast majority of people, do not come downtown. They do not depute in front of us. They do not necessarily engage the way everybody else does. And I get that. People are busy. They have, they don't want to. They don't care, whatever it is. But at the end of the day, those people do have a voice. They do have a vote. And it is my duty, my responsibility to also recognize them and to ensure that their vote is, or their voice is heard. Now, a lot of times that voice is heard through the election. I'm elected here, so I bring that voice here. So I have a responsibility to bring that voice. That also needs to be part of this process, and I recognize that. But when I look at what we have done over the last year with regard to staff and the staff's recommendations, being here, being part of all of the conversation, and I'm glad my colleague brought up the comment that the committee isn't stopping, even though it may, depending on where the votes go here and in council, I get that, but it's not stopping. More work needs to be done, and there are other opportunities and venues to do that, whether it's through executive, whether it's through budget committee that I chair. I think those opportunities here. But I will be supporting staff's recommendations, understanding that we did make some changes last year to a lot of different structures. Were they too little? That's up for interpretation. I understand that, but I do feel that the work that we have done over the last year and the recommendations that staff have brought forward are the right ones at this point. Not saying that we may not continue and make changes in the future, but at this point, I'm comfortable supporting staff recommendations.
Thank you.
And I won't be supporting these motions that are before me.
Thank you. I'm going to take a moment. The first thing I want to do is thank the staff that contributed a year's worth of work into the report in front of us. Meg Shields, Jennifer Franks, you're up in the front row, John Elvidge, Marilyn Toft, Jennifer Forks, I think it's over there. But that's just the people in the front row. There was an army of people behind them that put all of this together. And I don't think some of the speaking today gave fair recognition to the consultation process that I had a chance to go and participate in myself, to go there and be part of it. And there was an army of people there facilitating that to happen. I believe it's worth bringing up the amount of effort and energy that went into that. So that, as the committee chair, I wanted to say thank you in a public way for that and for the work that went into the report. The other comment I want to make that I think is important, I tried to get it through on my question. The report came back with a whole bunch of diverse ideas. And the one idea that came back up at the front is one that I sensed as a member of council, that it seems that the changes that were implemented post-election turned out okay. They're working okay for the most part. And members will all have small tweaking ideas, but the recommendation going forward is to fix that permanently. And I support that. The other things that I saw that came through the consultation process were a lot of ideas, and then people would give a lot of thought to them, and I could tell some of the people have been working on these ideas for a long time. What that indicated to me is they were long-standing issues that transcend the change in council size. They're larger issues with government, and there's nothing wrong with having ideas about government. The issue that I have is the claim that if it doesn't come back to this committee over the next 2 years, that somehow it can't be heard or it's going to be dismissed. I'm quite convinced that any of those issues can be brought to any of the standing committees or to council by a member at any given time. They could have before. Some of them did come before. Some of them were turned down. And they can still come in the future. Save a few rules around reintroducing things multiple times in a term. So I don't want anyone to have the impression that just because the idea isn't accepted by this committee or accepted by council, that it's not going to be accepted at all or there's no way to look at it. And I think the staff report talks about that a little bit. So I hope committee members will look at these motions carefully. I know I personally do not agree with a number of them, but I also know that by not supporting a number of them, it doesn't mean that the idea stops here. It means that the idea will have to take a different vector, as Mr. Elvidge talked a lot about in his presentation, is that there is process around council, and there's ways to bring ideas forward. So with that, again, thank you to everybody that's contributed on this, and I will ask members to vote on these items, and we'll go through them because there is a lot of material.
I would like recorded votes on all of them, please.
Certainly. So in the first motion, and hopefully members will allow me to paraphrase a little bit because it will take us 5 or 10 minutes to read through them all. But this is, great. So motion A of Councillor Carroll, all those in favor? Councillor Perks, Councillor Carroll, all those opposed? Councillor Crawford, Councillor Holiday. Tied. So the clerks have confirmed the rules are the motion fails in a tie. Motion B. All those in favor? Councillor Perks, Councillor Carroll, all those opposed? That motion ties and therefore fails. Those are opposed, Councillor Crawford, Councillor Holiday. Motion fails on a tie vote. Motion C. All those in favor? Councillor Carroll, Councillor Perks. All those opposed? Councillor Crawford and Councillor Holiday. That motion fails on a tie. Motion D. All those in favor? Councillor Perks, Councillor Holiday, Councillor Carroll, Councillor Crawford. That passes unanimously. Motion E. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries unanimously. I'm sorry, the clerk is just asking me to read the names. So that's Councillor Perks, Councillor Holiday, Councillor Carroll, and Councillor Crawford, all in support of that. Motion F. All of those in favor? Councillor Perks, Councillor Holiday, Councillor Carroll, Councillor Crawford. Motion G. All those in favor? Councillor Perks, Councillor Carroll. All those opposed? Councillor Holiday, Councillor Crawford. That fails in a tie. Motion H. This is the ranked ballot one. Struggling to read what that says there myself. All those in favor? Councillor Perks, Councillor Carroll. All those opposed? Councillor Crawford, Councillor Holiday. That fails in a tie. And motion I, this is on the financing. All those in favor? Councillor Perks, Councillor Carroll. All those opposed? Councillor Holiday, Councillor Crawford. That fails in a tie. Motion. Councillor Perks' motion. All those in favor of Councillor Perks' motion? Councillor Perks, Councillor Carroll. All those opposed? Councillor Holiday, Councillor Crawford. It fails in a tie. I believe that's...
Could I have the two recommendations from staff split, please?
Certainly. So on recommendation number 1, and I'm going to have to lean over to read that. That is, can we get those on the screen? Yeah. So these are the motions contained in the report. So the first is the City Council directing that the governance model adopted by City Council on December 4th remain in place as the continued model. So all of those in favor of that staff recommendation number 1, Councillor Holiday, Councillor Crawford. All of those opposed, Councillor Perks, Councillor Carroll. So that fails on a tie. And the second one is pertaining to the work around the Committee of Adjustment. So all of those in favor, any opposed? So the in favor is Councillor Perks, Councillor Holiday, Councillor Carroll, Councillor Crawford. That motion carries. That clerk's indicated that is that's complete. We don't have a wrap-up vote. Okay, so we're going to go on to GV 5.2, the feasibility of a transcription service for City Council and committee meetings. We have one speaker registered. That is Derek Moran. Is Derek here? Derek is not. Are there any other speakers to this item? Seeing none, we'll ask if there's questions of staff. Councillor Carroll.
Yeah, I read the confidential and I'm good. I'm just wondering if, just for the record, publicly, well, the recommendation is not to introduce a transcription service. If staff could just let us know what are the accommodations for the hearing impaired and for people with oral processing problems of various kinds.
Mr. Chair, I just want, we haven't taken a position, first of all, so just back to your original comment. We're not recommending against it, but we are saying if you wish to proceed, then you need to understand, to a full Hansard service, you need to understand that.
Well, that's right. It's a recommendation to receive. Sorry.
But in terms of what we do now, I mean, all meetings of council and committee that are streamed live are also captioned in real time, so we do take advantage of real-time captioning.
Well, we do have a captioning service.
Yes, we do.
Okay, I just wanted to make, I'm asking mostly for Councillor Bradford, because I know his staff are probably watching on TV. Yeah.
So there's both a real-time captioning service and then also as Google and YouTube improve their services, there's actually also captioning provided digitally by that service as well. So.
Oh, okay, so you could play back later and the captions would still be there?
Yes, that is correct on
Okay,
all
so
of our
that
YouTube
covers
content.
both accommodation needs?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all I needed to know. I can move receipt.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Actually, there would be two items to move. The first is the receipt. And the Cooks is advising me it's 5.2A that City Council directed the confidential information contained in the confidential attachment 1 remain confidential in its entirety as it contains advice which is subject to solicitor-client privilege. So that's one vote on this?
Correct.
Great. All the members in favor?
Sure.
Any opposed? That is carried. And that is our last item. Excellent. Thank you very much, everyone. Meeting adjourned.